the organic theory of society. The natural progression from first family to national state based upon a unique people, in one land, with one way of life. By a voice crying in the wilderness. All rights reserved. For and to all loyal sons of the soil. May you all join and help us in our endeavors to make straight the way that we may preserve our homes, hearths, and heritage. Table of Contents. Preface, to the living. Dedication, to those not forgotten. Prologue, Fundamentals of the Modern Internationalist Political Correctness Oligarchy. Chapter 1, Introduction to the Basic Ideals. Chapter 2, Outline of the Theory as Applied to Society. Chapter 3, The Family from Bonding Pair to Hierarchical Society, with a Functioning Social-Economic Political Order. Chapter 4, Who, What, and How to Restore Organic Wholeness to Our People. Appendices, Modern Model Myths, and more. There is no just use of rights that does not invoke corresponding duty to act toward the common good. Preface, to the living. We wish to introduce the very crude formulation of an idea we have chosen to call the organic theory of society. It is basically the idea that a national state is predicated upon a people, which people forms from a family, and from the family relations ideally come all other relations in society at large, economic, social, and political. The theory is integralist, corporatist, promotes a common good economy aiming as far as possible towards autarky such that the families, communities, and people as a whole can have a free polity that responds to their will and not the interests of the internationalists' market. The organic theory aims to outline a social, economic, political system in toto under which the whole integral people as one extended family can be stable in their homes, on their land, and living as one organic society. The unit from which all this starts is the singular nuclear family, which by natural increase grows out into the community at large. We are convinced that an understanding of this truth that appeals to the emotional group mind is the way from liberal decadence to starting to heal the terrible ever-empty materialist hole in the heart of the Western peoples. This internal healing will fill them with a zeal which will animate the people to refound the world around them upon holistic organic soundness. And thus the whole of the edifice that is Western society will be stable and lasting, whole and lacking in nothing. A family of families. We are not an academic, and in fact we are just another common faceless person. It is purely by the will and grace of God that this work has even come to see the light of day. However, even though there are limitations and what will generously be called errors, which will be corrected as this work evolves into a more finished and refined form, we would ask that all fair-minded nationalists, populists, traditionalists, and others rejected by modernity, please give it your just consideration and your honest yet polite feedback. This work in progress is an attempt to answer some basic questions. Who makes a nation? What is a nation? How to keep and restore a nation? Why nations matter? Who? A family makes a nation. What? A nation is a family of families. How? By acting like a proper family. Why? Because we all have a family and we all need others to live a proper life. Where and when? Here and now. The intention is to provoke thought about the need for a set of first principles and a methodology that centers upon us as a nation and not trivial things outside our circle of life. To this end the just price, place and due are meant to be the guides inside the overarching theory, against which economics, society and politics are to be judged. These three pillars act towards one end, which is to support the proper organic society. Inside the organic theory they are meant as a means to formulating guides upon which to judge future progress or failure and from which to draw inferences upon which to act socially, economically, politically each to the other, and thus to ensure the most stable society in which to continue the kind, preserve our homes, hearth, and heritage. Preface to second edition. We would like to state here that we appreciate all the input from our fellows who have helped to shape this work into the form it has taken. They have been a boon to us. All praise to them, and all censure to ourselves. We have expanded most of this presentation here and there, and have added entire sections inside the chapters as well as many other minor changes. All blame for the quality is ours and we accept it without equivocation. This being simply the best our meager abilities are able to produce. Visual aids from the PDF, such as graphs and charts, as well as hyperlinks to websites cannot be displayed here in this form. For this, the ebook will be needed. We are not unaware of our limitations, nor do we have pretensions about being well educated, in fact quite the contrary, but we are compelled to make an organic society possible by implanting a desire for it in the hearts of our people. Since we are assured by our heart this is the correct course of action, believing as we do that faith is of the heart and faith and not reason is the means to the divine who plays a very real and intimate role in human affairs great and small. We have seen in our mind's eyes that the decline of faith runs hand in hand as one with the decline of our people into the morass that is modernist materialists' nihilism and hedonistic apathy. To the end that this is meant to be a spiritual as well as socio-economic regrowth, a fully holistic rejuvenation is desired from this effort. The overall theory is meant as the ideological basis for strengthening the family such that it can be the proper base for a strong civilizational order, once more for our people. We are after all voices lost in the wilderness, hungering for richer fare and thrusting for our home springs, all future family, all seeking homes, hearths and to save our heritage from the hordes of political correctness modernity and its usurious materialists' atheist system of death think acting. Preface to 3rd edition. Since we last released this we have added a prologue that seeks to explain what the modern oligarchy that we linger under is in a more full way so that one can fully appreciate the contrast between what is and what was and can yet be again. What is, of course, is the liberal modern individualistic, happiness-based propositional order which lingering along, trying to uphold the false idea that maximal happiness is the measure of all things, and which is a failure doomed to die a drawn-out death of its own accord. What was and, therefore what can yet be again is something rather more like our organic society. An integral familial nation in which duty and justice ensure the families that make up the nation are well-founded. The whole ensures to the parts its best interest to see to the whole's best interest. The nation ensures the family, each singly and all as one whole, a stable home, in which to preserve the heritage and history of the people. Thus a well-founded order is one in which the continuance of the kind is primary over happiness or any other emotional consideration. We have also added several short stories as an appendix. The idea is that over time we shall add a reading list, and some other useful but miscellaneous ideas and information into the appendix. The stories are meant to be a sort of modern mythology that will help the tellers gauge the audience and to sway those that will hear our message. Like all our efforts they are flawed to some extent because we are fallen creatures, but we again humbly ask that our readers give us constructive feedback with which we can hopefully construct a better product to all's better ends. We have again been blessed with good counsel from several well-thought-out persons who attempted to aid us by educating us as to our shortcomings. We owe them much and fear we have nothing to offer in return, but more frustrating hours attempting to educate us yet further as to the general shortcomings and other faults in our theory as it stands. We are however rather certain that the general outline of this presentation will remain as it is, with the dedication introducing the background, the prologue laying out the modern growth from that background. These two then will lead into the other 4 chapters, the first 3 of which hammer home the concept of family being the center of a whole organic society, and the 4th being an outline of a proposed way to get back to this ideal under real-world conditions in the Anglosphere, USA generally. We may or may not have succeeded in these lofty goals and much may yet to need done. Yet we are hopeful that those with a fair mind will come away with a fuller understanding of the material as presented. Preface to the 4th edition. Many associate nationalism, and the topics we approach with hate, and displays which are part of a bygone age. This is partially our own fault as we have provided no sound basis for countering this image and have basically allowed this media doppelganger to be our public image. Folks, we view this as inadequate and as unsatisfactory. That at this late hour our people should have such a useless and terminally ignorant excuse for an organic society among the Western majority, since all the objective conditions exist for a strong viable mass movement based on the historical traditions of the majority. We see that those of us on the true nationalist right must be as motivated and just as committed to our cause as those on the left were before they came into power. We all owe our people this duty to protect them from these false prophets, as we are unlike these false nationalists shepherds to our people and brothers to our kin. We owe loyalty first and foremost to our kin, not to any false fronts or empty set of promises. We have no rightful loyalty to the so-called bowel movement, which falsely purports to lead our nation, which views our nation in the same light that political correctness does, and which is useless to our national best interests long term. They are not loyal people, so they deserve no loyal treatment. On the other hand, we have every proper dutiful loyalty to our nation, which is the family from which we were born, and to whom our first, our last, and our every just duties are owed. We have, to be clear, no personal ambition. We see no promotion in our future. We are driven, though, to do all in our powers, so that from the rubble on the right may arise a more broad-based, realistic, virile, social, economic, and political movement which will better organize white people to survive as a nation. We are animated by love for our kind, our home, our history, and our living people, though members of the people will try our patience at times. Our concern comes from the natural concern one feels for his family and home. We expect results that are beneficial to our people's best ends. This has been a true labor of love, but more than that, a quest that has led us to question many things and has helped us to grow as functional adults. We sincerely hope this can help others in this sort of holistic manner. Since we first roughed it out, until this edition, there has been a constant growth of the manuscript as ideas and concepts were taken on board and assembled into ordered thoughts. It has tested and mocked us, taunted and rewarded, but it has not let us rest on our laurels. Perhaps it will never be done, but only ever be becoming more complete as time flows on. At any rate, what we have come to realize for certain is that one does not know what one knows until one sets out to put it to paper in a systemic manner, such that one hopes to persuade others of the inherent soundness of one's thoughts. Our respect for the great systematical thinkers of the past is redoubled. Aristotle is the model, which we fail to live up to in all ways. His politics with its home economy, that is, the family as the unit, was of invaluable use to us, as was and is the input of our fellows who have encouraged and guided us during the low periods. One man the future does not make, many acting together brings the whole forward and ensures a better, brighter future to all. Dedication to those not forgotten. We started this one day. Its declared purpose was to set straight in our own minds some concepts as to who ruled the Western peoples, of whom my people are an integral part. Why, and by what means, this rule was effected upon us. As we worked upon this first of ours, which was in the end to become, slowly as we studied and observed, we came to notice more and more that the people do not rule, that they do not matter in the so-called democratic West, and that in fact they have limited liberty when they have any at all. We noticed in fact that in all instances money and resource control ruled over all other considerations in our generally Western society, to the end that the popular notion about democracy is purely a verbal construction having no substance. We the Western peoples in fact live under a credit oligarchy, which is liberal in name only and free only in so much as one is free to buy anything one can afford. Usury is its whip and commodities its chains. An oligarchy that rules the ill-labeled liberal democracies openly as plutocracies, which is what you call a government in which you get the best candidates, anti-popular, anti-democratic, anti-traditionalist, anti-nationalist, anti-Christ. Oligarchs can purchase and then fob off on the rest of us as if those particular corrupt servants of the oligarchs are our chosen men. The yoke that keeps us bound to the oligarch's cart is the credit power. Take away its threat over our lives and we can be free of this band of tax farming cutthroats. They fooled us long ago into believing that money comes from anywhere but our efforts. Gold, capital investments, silver, this, that, many other things. They also have long ago fully convinced most among us that our economic, social and political beings are separate when in fact they are one unitary united holistic living being. All of which is a lie, money being only a symbol of value created by human effort and desire. The lie that money is some resource separate from human creative power is wearing thin. The illusion lacks the luster it once did. The truth is coming to fruition in the intuition of the folk that productive work creates an economy, and that further the products in the economy are money on a one-to-one basis. Which means the truth that work is money is coming into the mass mind. The time of this two-card Monty charade is coming to an end. We can only hope to help the fall of the House of Mammon by any means we can provide with our meager labors. The time for this rotten edifice to collapse will be upon us all soon. The truth will break forth from the dam of lies. This revelation, this clearing of our minds from the false maxims of materialistic liberalism will wipe away the usurious system that holds our people in bondage to a debt that is their own labors, paid with interest to cheats, thieves and gypsies. This moment of revelation and insightful understanding coupled with a deep acceptance, followed by right actions will allow the breach between our social economic political selves to be healed. Then, we shall be whole yet again, one, complete and fit to compete in the world for our place among the living. We must reach the mass mind by way of the mass heart, and our instrument shall be the truth as best we are able to tell it to the masses. We the dissidents against modernity, individualism, hedonism and the rest of this decadent age, must be part storyteller, part dreamer, part practical application, part artist to be able to penetrate to our people's inner self and to be able to reflect their innermost desires, wants, ideals, wishes and needs in an adult and responsible manner, which motivates them to behave in a manner worthy of a great and unique organic society. These dissidents must in our view have the means to motivate the people who shall erect this better society upon the ruins of modernity, the market, internationalism, political correctness, and multicult. In the pursuit of this goal, we have come to notice that almost all economic, social and political theory, popular history and indeed most academic thought, as well as the media, the so-called news, comes from the point of view of the elite and wealthy oligarchic plutocrats, these self-same usurers and thieves, who are the prime inheritors of the liberal capitalist free market system that has sacked Western civilization and pawned our collective future to a debt-based usurious credit system, by which it will bleed us for so long as we allow them. Our apathy and acceptance of their dominance to have total control over our vital earthly needs allow this. Usury is a cruel and merciless master. It demands more and more. It never is satisfied. Usury has no heart and is soulless, being empty it empties all it touches. A usurious system which always demands more and more without end, which exists merely to consume, which does not produce, which in fact is parasitic to producers and a bane upon all that accept its yoke upon their neck. This is the reality of what controls our material needs and thus what has us in thrall to modernity's whim. Thus we have put the following tract to pen with the intent of freeing minds, first our own, and then as many others as we are able, from the dark cave of modernism and usury, by telling a tale that is meant to show them another way to view and think about the relations, economic and personal, social as well as political, which they have man to man, man to group, and groups to groups. To do this it is necessary that some portion of the people, who shall act as the bards, the myth-makers of the organic society, shall have a script from which to draw upon for ideas and inspiration so as to be able to spread an uplifting history among our kind that favors family, community and people, and that puts their well-being at the center of the stage rather than some far-off mythical kings or impersonal forces of an economic nature. Thus this effort. The victors may write the history, however, we regard this approach of glorifying the political and economic tyranny that has so thoroughly sapped the foundations of the once great West as an anti-nationalist approach to the subject to adopt. We judge this to be a view that ensures our people follow in the steps of the tyrants that overthrew them so long ago. We see that those we praise are those the youth will wish to emulate, and that praising thieves and scoundrels will produce a society full of people with those qualities, as it has in the modern age. We see that historically this elite who are praised as progressive and liberal have in fact generally been barbarians towards the commons and have not had the welfare of the family or people in mind. We see that the credit merchant elite have in fact only sought to subvert the powers and degrade the glory of the national state to use them as a prison house against the national familial people, by means of corrupt money dealings and backroom accommodations. We further see that this elite have since the time of the War of the Roses used the West as a base from which to break down the Western family unit, having taken over the head of the collective body of the feudal estates at a stroke, during the end of the feudal age. This elite of usurers and merchants have ruthlessly used this power to despoil the people and destroy the nations which comprise the Western peoples from inside, spreading their moral rot as they have usurped more and more power from the popular national state. This rot has spread from the head down, leaving only the hollow shell of the Western nation's erstwhile greatness standing, while having taken out all the good, solid core that build up the now hollow relics of our once great past. The primary means this elite has used to drain us dry is control of the money, credit, supply and the power this give them over pricing of the items necessary to life, including home, food, and clothing. This has allowed them to cower the political arm and to subvert the community such that our society is in decay and a relic of its former self. The primary sword of the usurer is now and was then their control over the value of credit and commodities. This power was gained due to the ambition of the contenders for the throne at the end of the feudal age. The money lenders simply backed both the House of York and Lancaster. This gave them state control over the market by second hand, reaping all the rewards while allowing the royal power to take all the blame. Then the credit merchant elite made alliance with the high nobles and king against the church and commons. This eliminated the only power capable of opposing them and removed the countervailing customs that had kept the merchant and money power in check. Then they turned on the king, and replaced the old nobles and king with pliant and weak shadows of their former self, thus thereby ensuring that they were the only partner left in their alliance who had any real power or control over society, economics or politics. This was complete by about 1689 with the enthronement of the weak monarchs William and Mary, and thus by overthrowing the old order, the church, feudal estates and the urban guilds, the mercantile usurers ensured that the modern Western, liberal democracies would all have weak governments, that would have to take loans at usurious interest from this elite, which governments would then act to enforce repayment from the citizens of their countries for the value of these loans by way of taxation which paid the public debt, really being just tribute to these usurers under any other pretense or style. These governments are the merchants' toadies by and large acting to enforce the market's wishes upon the commons. In fact, they largely exist solely to impose the merchants' and usurers' wishes upon the common people and their families. We see this process started a very long time ago back into the dawn of history, and is not new, as truly nothing is new under the sun. It can be seen in the history of all peoples who grew too fond of gold, commerce and other trivialities of the merely material world, who grew fixed upon the wheel upon which the clay spins, and forget the spinner shaping the clay. The Greeks and Romans, as well as all the Near Eastern empires to one extent or another, felt its scourge. In fact, if one allows debt to proceed to its logical fulfillment, one ends up with a bankrupt nation of slaves bound to a master that took all from them in steps by usurious loans. But the fact of history is that usury and the greed it engenders was largely put to task by the church and state after the adoption of the faith by the Roman Empire. After the fall of the Caesar in the West and with the rise of the kings of the Middle Age, usury was still well kept on a leash until the end of the feudal age circa the rule of Edward III, when the stable system that had grown into place was shattered by a variety of causes. The Black Death, the reintroduction of a money economy, rivalries for the throne of England, which resulted in weak central government and perpetual civil war from Edward III in circa 1377 until William and Mary in 1689. In this general breakdown, the merchants sided with the royal power against the nobles, commons, guilds, craftsmen and church generally, particularly in England during the War of the Roses. This is where the story of our modern rotten system starts. On Bosworth Field, August 22, 1483, its hold was assured over our destiny for centuries. There upon that field, after a bloody and desperate struggle, was a distant Lancasterian claimant to the throne of England, Henry Tudor by name, victorious over his rival King Richard III of York. This victory thereafter leading to his coronation as Henry VII of England. Henry had been backed many continental and English mercantile allies, who were let loose upon the kingdom. Then his son of the same name destroyed the church to steal its wealth. Then the grandson Edward and granddaughter Elizabeth proceeded to spread the rot to first the continental kingdoms, and then later under the Stuarts to the New World. Since the market can never rest happy nor have enough always, it is in need of more and more until it consumes even itself. We see that these acts of ambition and the reckless greed these selfish groups of persons unleashed shattered an entire civilization asunder, bringing down the last good remnants of feudalism in Christendom. This let loose the forces of commercialism from all restraint, which set off the very long-running internecine war against the family, people, nation and state, which is the resulted in the rise of classical liberalism, and its false ideal of the individual who never existed and who never will exist. We see that the merchants and money-lenders back to Henry VII, VIII, Edward IV, and Elizabeth I, did so because those monarchs allowed them by royal decree to pillage the commons, church, and kingdom more generally, just so the royal coffers were given a percentage and so that the royal power could be aggrandized, with loans at interest, mind you, by more and more empty, yet quite costly pomp and display, and of course war without end. We further see that the Stuarts were just dupes, were cast off by the oligarchy, not because they were unjust, but because they did not give the oligarchs their demanded traditional expected cut of the spoils. They were simply tossed out, headless and otherwise, to be replaced by weak Dutch and German kinglings who were then and now only figureheads. Much as the liberal governments in the West are to this very day figureheads to the credit oligarchy. We see even from all these centuries out that these monarchs were traitors whose actions were murderous to their subjects, whose acts pauperized vast numbers of their subjects, who were unjust rulers, being frankly in a protracted civil war with their own peasants for the gain of the same so-called free market liberal elite that rules the West today, which war has never really ended except in a stalemate here and there where the people won freedoms back from the oligarchs, America, and to a lesser extent Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and South Africa. From 1815 to 1900 in the North and West was about as free as a commoner who natively spoke English could or would ever be from these oligarchs' money games and diced political scams since the time of Henry Tudor. We see that this elite has, since the rise of the market in merry old England, been at war eternal with all means available to it at all times against the family freeholding and the common plots of land, so as to suppress the family home, hearth and heritage, in all ways, and from all directions the attack has come. This is because a free man in his home stably has no care about what some far-off spoiled inbred king, party or any other parasite who has overstepped their just and lawful sphere of influence, wants or thinks. And this is why every true tyranny hates the fact that the home, hearth and heritage act the part of a bulwark against the world at large, insulating the commons from the concerns of the plutocratic market's anxieties, and giving them a rallying point that is outside the money market, or party, or bureaucrat's concern or power. Thus, since the very first day upon which this war was declared against the loyal sons of the soil by the credit-lender tyrants, with the usurers using the royal power as their lance, we have seen with our mind's eye that the credit oligarchs have reasoned that they must destroy or at least control the family, home, hearth, that they must also control the content of the heritage passed down, That they must do this lest they allow the victims of their outrages a refuge in which to plot the downfall of the oligarchy, followed by the return of rightful people-based organic order based upon justice and duty. Lest they allow them the strong pillars of home, community, hearth, culture, history, heritage and the attendant values attached to those qualities and quantities upon which to rebuild their lives apart from the tyrant's whim over them. This the oligarchy cannot let the commons have, for who would choose to be indebted to a parasite over being his own man? Would anyone freely choose to be indebted from birth as part of a vast economic collar put on your nation by internationalists, over being a free man among free men doing their duty to their people, communities and families? Thus the oligarchy had to control, destroy and degrade, and control, destroy and degrade they have with zeal. They broke the home in the first instance by enclosing the land, the family by putting its members to work apart from each other, and finally they have reduced us to the level that our very families are accounted in terms of economic gain. Marriage being reduced to a tax deduction no longer thought of as a sacred institution, though of in terms of money, not in terms of a chain of life, by which to preserve a historical heritage around hearths in sound, safe, stable homes. For, one and all, we have been reduced from truly free men to the chattel property of usurers, from creative men to merely pawns of those with nominal power. And we for one will not hail this as progress, as it was and remains a retrogression into inhumanity and savagery. A retrogression that reduced man's view of life to a matter of mere and petty dollars and cents, when life should be viewed as a blessing, a link in a chain of life. One should be mindful of the gratitude one owes those who came before you, who made the way a bit straighter for one, and also mindful of those that will come after you, for whom you are preparing the way a bit. Therefore, all this stated and considered, and with this in mind, we have decided to dedicate this work to the long-forgotten, nameless, faceless common man of the West. He is down but not out of the fight for life. He has lost some bit of his strength, but he is not dead by any means, merely made wiser and more wary by this adversity. He is in dire straits, but he will endure. To the Western man who built the foundations of the world upon which we rest. To the Western man, who was great when he was united under one cultural spiritual banner, and who produced such works of beauty and artistry as to dazzle us yet across the centuries, works largely without great regard for pennies but with much respect for piety, community, and posterity. To the Western man that excelled when he had a culture of beauty, a culture that idealized the lifelong pursuit at the artful mastery of craft, art and skill, a culture that affirmed life in a million ways, a culture that gave a sense of belonging to a greater living, breathing whole, a culture which now, even being but a ruin of its former self, inspires such awe in others. This oneness and living spontaneity is now going fast as the result of a false trust in materialism, individualism and competition, which amount to the vulgarization, debasement and commercializing of all that is dear in life, cheapening while degrading all of the million things worth living for that defy the buy low, sell high dictum of the market, destroying the earth itself as a mere commodity, having no regard for life as life, attempting to jostle into the dustbin all that will not bow before the materialist idols of the market. What cannot be sold must be destroyed, is the dictate of the idol of the market, hating all that value family, people, values, traditions, honor, as these contradict the idol's most basic dictum that everything is for sale, and instinctively understanding that the moral values that uphold traditional organic society stand in the path of the most gain from the least honest labor. The organic society demand that honest gains be the only gains allowed. The idol of the market cannot stand upon such premises. This destructive, pervasive and quite false idol, erected upon the premises of never-ending greed, was raised in the first instance upon the ruins of the church and commons at the dawn of the modern age in England first, and then across the world. The infection has spread. It simply devours nations and spits out commodities, which have all the value of a dug hill. It levels everything in the sense that it makes all equally worthless, ugly, vulgar, and plain. This idol's primary value, greed, is the cancer that killed Christendom and threatens to engulf the living remnants of the Western peoples to this very day. It is an empty black hole in the heart of our people, killing us as it sedates our moral sense. This idol and its values can be seen the result as both a heresy invented by a king to serve his own ends and as the direct result of immoral legal concepts dreamed up by absolutists, royal lawyers under the Tudors, who had to accommodate the lawyers as part of the reward to their merchant allies, who favored legalism over justice. The basic idea put forward as a summoned collectively was that the king, and from him the modern, liberal capitalist states, had the right to all his subjects' wealth, property, souls, minds, beliefs, and their very lives, and that the market had a right to control the king, while the lawyers controlled both by way of writing the laws. This was in utter contradiction to the traditional rights of the king under the old organic order where the king was first among many lords, subject to God. Now he became the only among one, a veritable God unto himself, absolute lord of all. The market was therefore fathered by a king and mothered by merchant usurers, midwife fed by a lawyer with the king dutifully defended his child, to ensure the commons had to comply with the merchants' and lawyers' dictums. Then the midwife, mother and child turned on the father and tossed him out, as it proceeded to consume the wealth, traditions, and values of the Western peoples, and has almost devoured the entire world. It is simply an indisputable bloody and vicious fact that the idol of the market laid in place against all justice by the Tudors and their usurer allies, was constructed in the first instance upon the theft of saved wealth from the church, that is from monks, priests, and nuns, at the time that the church lands were pillaged. This involved some 1/4 the land and 1/5 the population of the whole of England. The lands were pillaged, the tenants tossed or forced to work upon much less favourable terms. The wealth squeezed dry so that vile parasites could live high. Never forget that the church had many priceless holy relics that were simply melted down for bullion. The market being death that produces only death, has no place for ideals, wishes, kind regard or faith, only cold numbers, and dead pennies and cents, if you please. Everything can be counted in pennies or it simply does not have any value to the market. For these murdered and despoiled monastics and clergy we should have just a bit of regard. At the same time as the church proper was being felled, all those who depended upon its mercy and charity were felled as well. As when the trunk is fallen so are the branches it held up taken down. Thus the market was secondarily founded upon the suffering of cripples, elderly folks, orphans, widows, the sick, the dying, and the otherwise infirm who were left out to die, and forbidden charity by royal decree when the almshouses and monasteries were sacked and all goodness extinguished from Albion. Charity and mercy being great virtues, for they help keep the poor out of the hand of the unjust and unrighteous man. Greed being a vice and greedily taking from the weak, poor and old is among the most lowly, vile and vicious of vices. We must remember these people as they are of our kind. Shortly thereafter it was the turn of the urban guilds and craftsmen to be despoiled. Remember the market knows no limits to its needful extractions. The guilds were stripped of their ancient corporate rights to control worker hours, wages, quality, and standards. They also lost the right to hold their collective property which fell to the royal person and his favourites, then by way of market magic to the usurers in London more generally. The craftsmen were thus left with no organisation allowed under law and fully at the mercy of royal whim as to hours, wages, quality controls, and every other minute detail, such that they in effect lost all real freedom. They were in effect put under the royal whip so their skills could be used by the royal power to the economic ends of the money lenders, creditors who were the real mother of the market and who lay firmly behind the throne. We see that these people of our kind should be brought to mind and thought of well by all that purport to support the nation. And finally, after the hammer had fallen at the foundations of the church, and the axes had fallen the urban craftsmen, it was the turn of the rural nobles and common landholders, whole small villages, to feel the scythe of the usurer. The landholders and peasants who, though having lived on the land father to son, from time immemorial were declared vagabonds and legally evicted, rounded up, deprived of ancient right, usage and custom and put to forced labour against all justice, under legal force and upon whom the most barbarous punishments for slacking were inflicted. And yes, we think that justice requires a mind think upon these poor and justly treated souls and their afflictions. They having been deprived of long right and usage to appease the needs of an endless greed, and in some cases being murdered and despoiled to the contrary of all just governance and lawful social intercourse. In effect, the peasants and artisans were re-enslaved or even enslaved at the start of the modern era to provide the unfree labor necessary for capitalism and the free market to come into being. The free part of the free market is purely verbal lawyer double talk, as the Pause and Combination Acts ensured that everyone worked for this market's gain with no freedom about any aspect of the matter for the commons. This is a matter of historical fact that can be gleaned from royal laws and enactments as well as various histories. It is not unknown to those who know and can easily be known to all with but a little effort. It is to these long-forgotten folk, some our very own ancestors, who resisted the market's defilement, its cheapening of the honor of our people, who taking up what was at hand rebelled against its false idol and the heretic king that placed that idol upon their backs, who disregarded false legal pretense and clung to ancient and just right. We dedicate this to them one and all. We start with the leaders of the rebellion against the unjust extractions of Henry VII and end with the last man standing today that favors justice for our folk over life as a servant to the idol of the market and its false leaders. We also salute as brothers worthy of honor and praise all that carry their torch today in the fight against the heirs of this theft and who wish to see this terrible wrong righted and to see the balance go back to the commons' favor over the market and wealthy few. In fine, we dedicate this to those dissidents from oligarchy, liberalism, materialism, atheism and modernity. We embrace all of the Western peoples who will that our glory be restored in the West and who understand that the foundation of our people's greatness is the family unit, the tight community and a common culture that binds us one to the other in a circle of life, which builds upon itself for itself to the end of being alive as itself. Light pushes back the dark, may our circle grow ever outwards, we light one candle to the next, and eternal flame. We hail thee as brother, family and kin, you who will shape the future. Together, for home, hearth and heritage. United as one nation. From the bottom up the wrong will be righted. Prologue, fundamentals of the modern oligarchy, from nothing nothing comes. As indicated in the dedication, we the modern Western peoples live under a credit-based oligarchy. It rules our society by means of control over the volume and worth of both the issuance of credit and the commodities traded for that credit. All credit creation is a net gain for this oligarchy. Every trade and loan brings them more power because all money created comes with an unpayable percentage of interest that does not exist. The basic formula is A plus X% equals A, where only A exists in the world of empirical reality. If we think of the whole of Western society like a hamster on a wheel, always running but never getting anywhere, we are not far from the truth. This enormous material power has allowed the credit oligarchy to fully dominate our economic, social, and political institutions since the dawn of the modern age and the rise of the so-called liberal, parliamentary, and republican governments, which were and just plutocratic oligarchy by any other name. The pattern is remarkably similar in all liberal democracies, as there are almost always just a handful of parties representing the wealth-holding classes, which parties are then amalgamated into wings, right and left, that act as to grand overall parties such that no matter the particular number all the allowed parties are on the oligarchy's payroll, and the entire left versus right paradigm a hollow mock battle of oligarchy versus oligarchy, and plutocratic interests versus plutocratic interest. From this control of the foundations of society, the oligarchy have gained an enormous hold over the life of the average person in the West. We can say that their choices have more influence over the commons than the acts of any government or other social body. All major corporations are their partners or property. The media is a monopoly with the oligarchy's agenda as the only allowed agenda. Education is designed to ensure stupid consumers not thoughtful citizens, because consumers are easily controlled by trinkets. In sum, the entire modern system, social, economic, political and otherwise, is rigged against us, the common man, and against the organic family bonds which hold integral nations together. If one is a majority male, it's doubly against one, as not only is one guilty of privilege, of genderism and sexism by default as well. This is the reason why it seems that we are not in control of our nation's destiny, because we are merely forced to pay for the tickets which make this rotten ride rampage over our best good, over and over again, regardless of our wishes and largely against our will. It is the reason why electing this or that approved oligarchy-backed party will not make any difference, since those parties promoted in the media are bought parties, controlled opposition, tamed, neutered eunuchs who have sold their soul for 30 pennies. It is the reason we, the working and middle-class majority population, are paying more and more and more for less and less and less, while also making less and less and less. Even the best projections say that a person working today is making the same in adjusted dollars as his grandfather in 1964, while we conversely are more productive and produce more value per person than ever before. We are paid the same but have much higher costs of living based on our own increased production. This is perverse, and yet it is empirically provable as objective truth. This death cult called modernity, with its insane notions starting with equality and ending with usury, it is the reason we are being impoverished slowly, and not so slowly. It is why the Western peoples are becoming like the Romans, whom Tiberius Gracchus, who with his brother tried valiantly to stop the moral and social collapse of the Roman Italian freeholder stock, once noted the Roman people were fighting for the common air and light, for being houseless and homeless they wander about with their wives and children. Their leaders lied when they said they were fighting for defense sepulchres and shrines from the enemy, for not a man of them has a hereditary altar, not one of all these many Romans an ancestral tomb, but they fight and die to support others in wealth and luxury, and though they are styled masters of the world, they have not a single clod of earth that is their own. They were bankrupt and in debt. Sound familiar to anyone we may know? With that, we conceptualize the modern world order, at least in how it appears to operate from the outside and from under its yoke. We can make charts, diagrams, and others to make it easier for ourselves to digest, and more readily be able to analyze complex systems in motion, by seeing the parts first, then understanding their interconnection, and then drawing what conclusions we may or can from that data. We find that strengths and weaknesses of systems can be brought to the fore in this way more easily than merely diving into disparate data as a whole set and trying to make order. It is not a perfect method, true, but it is what we have, and therefore, without further ado, we have indicated that the oligarchy which rules over the Western world and which facilitates its demise is a grand alliance of the feminists, homosexuals, minorities, and big money internationalists who together control both the nominal right and left in domestic politics, and who use this power to thumb down the majority historical populations to their eventual doom and imminent displacement, as per the quote from Tiberius Gracchus above as taken from Plutarch. In this grand alliance the two wings have differing aims, which, however, overlap at several key points because they are connected to one usurious oligarchy which is their center. As the paymaster goes, so go those paid. The new moneyed left uses this control primarily to demand humanitarian, utopian missions in the second and third world, which reinforce its white guilt, white burden narrative, and to enforce political correctness orthodoxy upon the first world nations. The far right uses its place demanding that the free market access to the resources of just those places that need more humanitarian missions, and of course to ensure that no alternative market arises at home. It seems that humanitarian and profitable are mutually interchangeable if you look to the actions, outcomes and results rather than the professed motives of our Western leadership. Gangsters to a man. At all events, both wings of the oligarchy agree that force is needed almost everywhere, almost all the time, for almost every reason. Force that uses resources and accumulates debt to basically no productive end, save perversely to keep the peoples tethered to the oligarchy that profits by such debt issuance. The wings feed the face. Both are the pawns pushed around inside a media-generated artificial anti-reality-based worldview belief system upon which the usurious system relies to baffle the masses into mental submission to its demands. An usurious system that ensures the common, non-female, non-colored, non-homosexual man at home is left as both tax slave to and first victim of the alliance. Thus they can impoverish the majority population of the West, to ensure they cannot be a meaningful adversary to their goals, while also are able to extend their reach using the resources, territory, and moral authority of the former Western peoples as a hammer upon the second and third-tier nations of the world. The Western majority working and middle-class taxpayers are the source of human capital that keep the machine both maintained and fed. They fall out the bottom, the whole system much collapse into their own foundations. In times since more it going out than is coming in, they must be expended, and like Rome and even Great Britain before us, the Grand Alliance, folks will leave us high and dry and seek greener pastures, or be held to the fire like say Spain in 1492. This shift in power centers will be facilitated by the fact that world imperium is based upon cookie-cutter identical oligarchies among its client states, such that it could be thought of like the oligarchy forms a goil about the nations, which goil is in effect a debt and credit-based economic, social and political prison. A golden barred one to be sure, but nevertheless a prison it remains. Destroy the need for its credit and we destroy its power at a stroke. The elite rest upon their credit power. Repeat until we grasp this basic fact. The elite rest upon power over credit and debt. Now that we have touched upon some of the basics, we shall deconstruct the above to attempt to have a better look at its workings. The modern Western world is an oligarchy. It is based upon the 1% elites, domestic and worldwide, credit dominance from which they control the political correctness radical left, and the country club end of the right so as to control all respectable political discourse. Hence we have an alliance of the feminists, homosexuals, minorities, egalitarians and other anti-Western forces with the big money business over all things interests, who have long been rootless cosmopolitans operating against the people proper inside our gates. The total and uncontested power of this alliance is used domestically to ensure dominance over the academia, economy, education, energy, manufacturing, media, and politics. Their dominance is almost complete. We more clearly can see that the common man is the foundation upon which the political correctness big money alliance operates. They are supported by and support fully the credit oligarchy both domestically and internationally. All major parties are fully on board with the imperial mission from their own end, and use the common man as their servant and oxen in the achievement of those ends with zero regard for the nation. Any complaints or serious attempts to stop the gravy train are denounced by both sides as racist, xenophobic, extreme, outside the pale, not part of the mainstream and nationalistic, fascist. If it gets too out of hand, the rest of the worldwide interlocking series of oligarchies will do their best to ensure that if the national oligarchy cannot keep order, that the world will punish the upstarts economically and invade them if need be to keep them on the world's plantation. What they have in common is a disgust for the operation of the free market and its steady impoverishment of real-life people. The nationalist cares about his organic kind, the populist about his country, fellow citizens, and the fact that they will act against the interests of the oligarchy. The oligarchy is glad to play them off against each other, as and how it can. The oligarchy hides the fact that it is an oligarchy because these people are that clueless about again the powers at play that shape their world. The oligarchy thrives on ignorance to the point that it calls itself democracy. Now that we have some idea of how this works out in real life domestically, let us look at the modern oligarchic West. First, it must be noted that the oligarchy that has control of the Western system is not new and was old when Europe was young and the New World unknown to civilized peoples. In modern times it can be traced from the Tudor England to the New World and thence around the globe. It has spawned a host of satellite polities. What almost all of them have in common is that they are, 1. Their usury-based, debt and bankruptcy are their life's blood. 2. They are free marketers, they demand access to others' markets and resources. 3. They are militaristic, they will go to war to get that access, or to collect debts as needed. 4. They are oligarchies, everything in the state tends to reinforce the power of the few over the many. 5. They are plutocracies, wealth is seen to be the measure of all in all, and comes in time to be the sole virtue. 6. They are republics, since a strong market requires a weak government to act as its doorman and enforcer upon the commons. 7. They are legalistic, the letter of the law is used as a shield to protect the oligarchy and as a weapon to punish the commons. 9. They are anti-nationalistic, as they evolve they always either bring in more citizens or servants, slaves that displace the citizens. 10. They always implode into bankruptcy, and then the oligarchs head for new plantations and begin anew, leaving the wreckage as the responsibility of the nation they just milked dry. Now let's compare the modern Western democracies. Here, we have the oligarchy. They dominate all that really matters, using the government to act upon the common little people, who are left without recourse to justice from the rapacious appetites of said oligarchy for profits based on usury and chaos. The one to the left, the effects of usury upon nations, bankruptcy, subjugation and servitude for the nation, wealth, power and domination for the oligarchy. Free our currency and prosperity will follow, and with that we shall talk a bit about the power of currency and resource control. Internationally, the empire main base of support is the simple and yet complex fact that dollars are needed to buy oil and that oil is needed to have a modern economy. This is the petrodollar, and it is the foundation upon which the imperial power rests. The reason the world cares one whit what the leaders of the free world think is because they need their banknotes to buy the petroleum needed to remain in the 21st century. If we think of the world community as a fixed point and the petrodollar as a collar that can be used to leverage the imperial domains about economically, politically, and if that fails to bring them sufficiently into line to weaken them for the military blow, then we are not far from the mark. It is this power and control over the volume and worth of the currency in relation to labor and goods that ensures their domination of the nations. From this flows the power to corrupt and buy elections so as to legally sell us into bondage to the money masters. The elite rest upon their credit power. Thus, if this power is knocked out from under them, they rest upon nothing. Remember, when going after a worldwide imperium, go for the softs. And the softs of the world system are paradoxically the very credit and resource monopoly that gives them their ability to project power. Rather, it is the false belief in its power and a false understanding of money and wealth. Money and wealth, their relationship to power and freedom. The truth which the usurious fear more than any other is that, in the end, money and credit are merely counters for human labor. Once any one of the nations laboring under the oligarchy's whip realize and apply this great truth, the time of the usurer is over, and never again will anyone consent to allow others to charge them interest, extra time and labor really, for their own work. Since if money is a counter for labor, then labor is in fact the real money, and the actual wealth of a nation is measured not based upon usurer credit and debts but upon its ability to labor and create first its own needs and then secondarily to provide the needs of others in exchange for the goods of those others. Thus the end comes when the greater mass is educated about the fact that they and not some nebulous cabal create all the wealth of the nation. America is the heart of the empire. It is also the only and mass large enough to survive a worldwide embargo and successfully jettison the economics of the oligarchy and replace that with the assertion of national autarky. Autarky is very simply the status of being able to provide for ourselves, starting with each family home and working upward to the whole. Such a nation would have no use or need for credit, free trade, or any of the other treacheries of the oligarchy. Such a nation that was large and had a nuclear deterrent could in fact be the basis for a worldwide reconquest from these usurious trash. Hence smash the credit monopoly and we smash the oligarchy's grand alliance. But to do that we must remember some basic concepts which are in danger of being forgotten among the masses more generally. Let us start our tale at the embryo literally. What is the smallest unit of humans that can exist, live, and reproduce ideally or otherwise. The father, mother, child group living in a home, with a hearth, passing down a heritage, is our answer. It is the most logical and sure place to start each and every one of our story in life. Thus the family and any system based around protecting and promoting it is life-affirming, just as the liberal internationalist capitalist usurious system is death-producing. Now from the darkness of the past and present to the light in the darkness which the darkness comprehend not, let us shake the dust of death off our feet and walk the long road back to the living. Let us tend to the living and let us forget the dead cold in their materialist tombs. Chapter 1, Introduction to the Basic Ideals. The iron reality is that all human beings are born into a familial group of a mother and a father as a child. These parents ideally share an equal responsibility in the management of a home, which has a hearth, and who give to the new child a heritage. This home is part of a people who have a community, a history and a shared culture. The people and families share certain qualities in any successful economic, social and political order. Those qualities are honesty, frugality, dedication, and respect. When each person who makes up a family has a good and solid word and deals fairly openly and justly with others, then all the others can rely upon him. When each is wise enough to be frugal, the whole shall not know want and shall usually have more than enough to satisfy their limited needs and wants. When each is dedicated to the duties and tasks proper to them, they shall not know permanent setback, as they shall have the resources and depth of character to start anew and overcome the obstacles that face them. And when each has respect for themselves and others, then the whole is a gem to be treasured. As the person, so the family and thus the people. These good moral qualities allow for stable, lasting families, tight-knit communities and a strong sense of belonging to a people that is a greater whole relative to the family units in the communities which the people inhabit. This ensures a sense of being part of a united people who have a commonality of language, customs, and more binding ties than more economic gain in common. In effect, it ensures the organic society is a family of families, which spring from the first bonding pair to form families, communities and the living the walls of the national state which encompass the whole. 1. Complete, self-replicating, unique, strong and united. A family of families with a way of life upon a land, living as they see fit to live. A greater family who have a shared historical experience which binds them to the present and a common understanding of the past which also gives them a sense of the value of the present tasks at hand. A family writ large with an overarching culture that shapes and is shaped by the heritage of each family which makes up the people, such that it expresses what is best about the people, family and persons. One great family. This people as a unitary whole form up a national state. The nation being the ways and means the people use to ensure their culture and lives are secure inside the circle and is mainly customary and non-legalistic. The state is the law and governing structures that protect the people and families from external threats and ensure general order to the whole popular national body. This natural, nearly automatic organization ensures the people are well ordered inside their circle and protected from the chaos which is ever present outside the circle. But everything starts with the family consisting of a father and mother forming a lifelong bonding pair giving structure to a stable home, with a sound hearth and passing on their true and whole heritage to a child. Which child will then restart and expand the circle in his or her turn. This first family is the solid basis for our existence in a very real way, as out of its collaborative work product are all great nations delivered into the world. It is the factory and fortress of the people. The family being nature's primary division of labor, which division allows for the father and mother to specialize, the one at providing and the other at preserving, such that a child can be provided for, out of the joint effort of the parents with the purpose of carrying on their hereditary ways and passing on their values. By this means over time the family will grow into a people who have commonality, a shared culture, and a unitary historical narrative, who then erect a national state, by which to defend their land, life, and livelihoods, and to ensure order, law, and justice to all by means of an almost ingrained sense of duty, loyalty, courage, and honor the citizen body has toward the familial people, which are the base and reason again for the entire edifice called society. The family can, and should be seen as the first polity, first social community, and the very first joint economic venture in history. It is the template from which all more complex organizations arise and the measure by which to determine what is the correct course of action, what is good for the family is good for the whole society as the what is good for the parts makes the whole better by default. This first family's proper relations, rights and duties form the basis for any successful political, economic and social order. From its example flows the order of politics which has the aim of securing justice to all high, low, and middle, the proper pattern for an organic society which is to ensure proper relations one family to the next, and one person to the next outside the context of law and in the domain of good morals and manners. And it sets out the pattern for the proper function of an economy which is to house, cloth and feed a given popular national state starting with each family home that makes up the national state. If the singular family is as sound the whole people is well-founded, and the national state is the people acting as one. It is by unity that a family and a people build a national state. The familial people, based on individual families, and not the individual is the quantum of human existence. The family can expand itself but the single individual is sterile and has no hope of a future apart from his complementary opposite of the other gender with which to continue the kind. This primary fact of human dependence upon a family, who depend upon a community of efforts for existence means that individualism is a false destructive belief, which endangers the productive future of the people by encouraging the members of the individual families and the families themselves to behave without proper regard for their duties and obligations towards the greater whole, or even toward their own personal survival in the long term. All humans live in some group of at least an extended family. There is no man, woman, or child at home in the natural order of things, who exists without a past, a family and a society into which they were born. The individual only exists as part of a family in the first instance, and families are only as strong as the individuals do their duty as part of the whole and are taken care of by the whole in return, and the whole only grows and renews by action of the family bringing new members into the fold of the people. They all pull as one, or there is no reason to use the collective pronoun in discussing them. Therefore it follows then a balancing point must be found which allows for the individual to exist and the group to not be negated, and which allows for the group to exist and for the individual to not be negated, but which in the end favors the family and larger group over the individual as being primary, since again the male-female pair can expand their own numbers by natural increase, whereas any single person is simply sterile in nature and doomed to a very short and brutish existence. This may sound like some sort of mystic dualism, but this is only true if you accept the idea that individuals and groups are necessarily in conflict. Once you accept the reality that they exist only as complements to each other, it becomes very obvious. The two opposites are in reality only one thing considered in two ways. Once this realization sinks into the mind, the apparent mysticism and dualism vanishes under the gaze of proper and correct understanding. The member and the family, and by extension the families and the people, are two ends of the self-same thing and properly serve each other as much as they are served by each other, each sustaining and animating the existence of the other, from now until all time. We exist for each other as much as for ourselves, as man is a social being designed by Providence to be part of a familial group, which group is bonded together not by economic advantage or fear but by love and kind regard as one regards their kin and close associates. So is the familial people who have taken the organic society to heart and made it their reality, bonded by goodness and justice, not mere gain. In the context of the whole, each and every one have duties, responsibilities, and obligations that are attached to their birth family in the first instance. Then slowly they learn to extend this outwards to the people more generally. As they grow wise, they see circle of life and the connection between the past, the now and the future, which they are laboring as one to build upon the solid foundations they labor upon today. They have rights and freedoms inside the circle of the people, but only because of the activity inside the circle of the people in the form of duties, responsibilities and obligations, which tend toward the end of securing the conditions under which those rights and freedoms have meaning. Outside this circle of order there is only violence and chaos. In brief, freedom and rights exist because the people organize and order is established, and because the people value those goods enough to organize, live, and labor to attain them. Thus said rights are only natural in the sense that man will naturally as an extension of his household have a polity that will form order, and in so much as said rights and freedoms in their active application do not harm the morals of the family, the stability of the people in their homes, at their livelihood, or otherwise weaken the people overall, then they shall not be prohibited. Most matters should be merely choices among a range of acceptable choices, but this freedom to choose only occurs because men form a circle that keeps out tooth and nail nature such that the better angles of human order can reign. So it can be said that in so much as rights are used to strengthen the families and people, those persons who so act will be encouraged, even perhaps helped in their efforts. Surely in a just order they would be held forward as an example to all. Since, to hammer it home again, civic order only exists because men loyally defend hearth and home, while the women and children act as auxiliaries. This arrangement where one defends and one supports the defense of a home area is the natural organic manner of living higher than an animal, to having a stable and proper home, land, and law like a proper man. To the better way that creation presents before us the dissidents of this decadent age as the truest way to ensure life in a land as a unique people with our way of life intact, whole and complete. The family-based model is the tried and true way forward for our people out of this land of death and back to the land of the living. It has proven its worth over thousands of years, and has shown its value most by its absence among the modern Western peoples, we are inclined to believe. Families are the foundation for all civilized life among our kind. From the basic reality that the family is the ideal model of human social organization, it follows that all societies must, like all just families, ensure a place for all their members. It's simply true that everyone in a society must have some use, purpose, or function in the society, or they shall become alienated, and not hope for the best interests of the society at large. If our people are a people and they are in fact together, then it is not too much to ask that we act as if we in fact do care about our brothers, sisters, and elders, the young, and all that are loyal, have goodwill, and are willing to do what they are able to help the greater whole go forward. If we are in some way one, and have a past that is shared, I say let us celebrate and rally around that oneness and past as anchors and guideposts along the way of life. If we are to be a people, let us act as one like a people, let us learn to act as if. Everyone must have a purpose which tends toward the common good. Everyone must put in labor and efforts that tend toward the common well-being. Every able adult must do their duties, the men at work and at call-ups, and the women at the home and in the primary care of the children, as they are able to the common good, but also must get their right and just due from the commonalty. Those that have handicaps will be assigned lighter or more formal duties, but everyone will have a duty, the men to work and provide for homes, and defend the whole if need be from internal disorder and external invasion, the women to see to their homes, so the men have a strong base from which to labor at their tasks, and to see that the children are brought up into the family and community values, morals and ways, and the child to be dutiful to his parents and to learn, and he grows to assist in tasks first around the home, then the community, and finally to assume the man to live adulthood. And lastly, everyone shall help to take care of our old, sick, injured and young like the treasure to us that they are. Every attempt will be made to ensure that the old have time with the young to pass on heritage, and teach them the morals and values of the commonality while their parents are doing their duties in the home, factory, fields, schools, churches, and parade ground, such that the skills and wisdom of the elders might be more fully passed on generation to generation. We shall pass on our circle unbroken from this to the next generation, as one. The above precepts form the basic moral doctrine of any true political, social and economic system within the framework of the organic social theory. Since the popular national state is a family of families, If one stays as close to the above concepts as humanly possible, one will have a people that is a family in truth, and not only in name. They will live for more than money and have justice from foundation to the finishing cap. In our modern time and terms, these basic principles imply and mean that each family unit must have a home in which to live, work that will provide for the upkeep of said family home, and that these two bedrock conditions must be protected from all outside forces, especially market forces. Failing this in time, men with money will ensure that some citizens are landless, homeless, pauperized, out of work, and cannot properly raise families to increase the citizen body, and that the pauperized citizens will be too materially poor to be of any use to the old, sick and other ill-favored by fortune, which will tend to lower their moral character as well as diminish their free use of their land. This would be a double blow to their ability to actively participate in the general urge to pull the commonality forward. Thus, to make it more general, it follows that a just society restrains economic forces to the needs and interests of the members of the society by using political force and social pressure as means, as well as by inculcating good morals among its citizen body more generally, acts as a whole to free its members from the need to appeal to the idol of the market and its money games. This follows from the fact that a popular and just society views the components of society, all the way down to the least among the families, who make up the people, as members of a larger family of families, or if you will, as parts of an organic whole, all of whom have duties and rights to and from the whole, and all of whom, man, women and child, contribute to the common good as well as getting back the common benefits to the extent and in the capacity they are able, not equally, but justly and sufficiently to ensure life. A proper just popular national state understands that the bodily, mental and spiritual needs of the family units that produce the people are the central needs of earthly existence, and furthering them along safely and in good stead is the sole final end of all well-ordered polities. If those needs, economic, social and political, are furthered, then a good life is assured to each of the parts and to the whole. One may think here of a body, the head as well, because the organs, bones, and blood are healthy, and so the whole organic society is well and strong because the families that comprise it are housed, clothed, and fed, such that they can defend the common land, laws, and way of life as one, united, strong. Yes, it is true that the above means in part that each and everyone won't get to just do as they please, and that each will have to at times accommodate others. That is true. But this too follows from the family and the reality of a proper society being an extension of the duties, rights and mutual obligations of a proper family unit. Basically, a proper organic society requires a more reasonable and adult view of what a community, a country and a people are, why they exist, and what the purpose and relation of them to the individuals who comprise them really are in actuality. However, nothing here that we have said about restraining the economy should be taken to imply that anyone would be stopped from earning an honest living by the toil of their own person upon any useful labors or tasks. In fact, exactly 100% the opposite is the truth. All of this is done to ensure the right to honestly toil and to share in one's just due of the common benefits, in proportion to the amount of value and useful labor one does, with the caveat that anyone that does a day's honest labor will be remunerated such that they can honestly support a home and have their just due from the common good. This ideal of ensuring the least among us is well-founded works toward the final, and sole purposefully sought end of ensure strong families that meet the following criteria. 1. All heads of household are able to provide for the household. 2. That the mothers are to maintain a house properly. 3. So that the children benefit from a stable home, hearth and heritage. 4. Thus a strong people can build up a strong national state with which to protect and maintain their commonality, history and culture, since they have well-founded families, as a base upon which to build, love and regard being more binding than money and mere advantage. The key difference between the chaos of now and the order of a proper popular national state is that in the latter honest shall be defined as that which is morally correct, and that shall be the actions which tend toward the common good and do no harm to the organic whole. A further point of difference when comparing the proper order to the degenerate chaos of today is that, Everyone, as in every living loyal member of the people, shall be accounted for first as to their basic needs, since morality, justice, and the well-being of the whole and not profitability to any few are to be the meter of the success of the organic society towards its family units as a whole and singly. This is not to say that profits will not be had, or that some will not profit more than others due to natural differences in ability, but merely to say that since we are a family of family, we shall as a family see to the basic needs of one and all. Once that is done, and only once this baseline has been met, will commerce for profit be a priority. The people who give life to the economy and who form the state which regulates commerce have priority. After all, this entire Herculean effort called civilized society is at the end of the day undertaken by the whole as a whole, because nature has made it necessary for mankind in the natural order of things to perform productive work, physical and mental, to provide for his families, and by extension the whole's needs. Work is in the final analysis solely and only the means to meet the needs of both the individual and the group, which at a minimum are to be provided daily food, seasonal clothing, adequate shelter, and lastly some sort of effective weaponry with which to protect these other necessaries against both the ravages of nature and of other men who lack scruples. We therefore come to see that for each family, and thus for the whole, to have the means to provide for themselves, first and foremost each home must have for itself and its family the means to build and create useful items, that is, resources upon which to labor and produce value for use and exchange. Each unit of the whole must have an outlet for the creative urge that is particular to man, such that it can provide for itself and contribute to the betterment of the whole. Ideally, each would be laboring on their own homestead or have a share in some venture from which to ensure that each has their means to keep themselves provided for and to contribute to the common good. Work binds men together in commonality of purpose, common labors, common concerns. It is after all important that psychologically each think himself to be an active part of the community's life, as such to ensure their loyalty. Thus from this odd view it is both an end and a means to other ends. Be this as it may, it must be admitted that in the natural order of things, there are only so many hours to every day, and that only so many of these hours can be put to work as the body and mind need rest. Also the affairs of the household require tending, as do a million things that have nothing to do with money, like quality time, family and friends. The simple reality is that the basic happiness and contentment of the population at large necessitate a certain amount of leisure time for the working citizens from drudgery, and a certain amount of community events to get the children and women socializing and bonding properly. People like to laugh, sing, have a good time. It is just and good that it is so. Thus, to reiterate, it can be truly said that, without a home upon which one has a right to work and earn one's way, cloth on one's back, food in one's belly, and a sufficient amount of time left over to live well, the rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness are meaningless and extraneous promises that bring nothing. For the true fact, it is only when the basic conditions of material living, food, clothing, and shelter, are met that anything like freedom or any other abstract concept has any real meaning whatsoever to anyone. Therefore any livelihood which does not provide for these minimal conditions is not justly to be called work at all, being in fact a form of punishment or slavery. We shall go so far as to state that all work which uses up a significant portion of the work day over any amount of the week must always pay a living wage, as that time put into the work can never be had back, and the person must yet eat, be housed, and be clothed from the results of the labor used during that time period. Workers live and thus require living wages, no exceptions. People trump over profits. An impoverished people is not a strong people. The fact is that squalor among one's people is not a general benefit, as in all practical realities there are going to be few to any starving, penniless vagabonds who will rise to become philosophers, scientists, mathematicians, or great world leaders, and this is an overreaching fact. Thus, if one wants a more generally able, intelligent, motivated population, ensuring they have time to educate themselves aside from mere survival will be a requirement, and this entails ensuring yet again that their basic physical needs are met by their own honest labors. Truth be told, in our industrial and mechanical age there is simply no reason for any organized people who value themselves as a family of families and have access to raw materials to fail to clothe, feed, and house every single loyal member of the people. Loyal being those who are willing as they are able to pitch into the commonalty's efforts to secure the products needed for life. A popular national state provides basic educations to all children that encompass reading, writing, mathematics, basic history, civics, some shop and trades courses for boys, and home economics for girls, and free higher education to all that merit such education, since the better the parts the more able the whole. Merit and not family income should determine level of education, as you do unto the least among you. The fact is that because the organic society will see to the needs of the lowest first, the highest will be more secure and more apt stewards of the authority placed in them as in effect fathers of their nation. And any good father would want his sons and daughters to have a good, proper, stable home, hearth, heritage, food, clothing, a healthy, vibrant culture that celebrates life, in the context of a social economic system that thinks of them as living beings with worth apart from mere value at the sales block. It should be obvious why we belabor the point again that in any just, proper and stable polity, for a citizen to have any meaningful use of what we conveniently call rights, he must have his material needs in life met, and still have time necessary to enjoy this life, to actually live, and to engage in the pursuits required of free citizens in a free state. He must have education and leisure as well as the opportunity to work, by which work to earn a livelihood for his family. This building up of the citizen will by default strengthen his nation's organic being just in proportion as his own family grows stronger, as the members grow in strength and kind regard for one to the other. Strong heads of, and strong keepers of a home equal a strong home, which is able to rear and raise well-adapted, strong and able children to be the future, who if properly educated and prepared for their duties, shall be the carriers of the organic society going forward, to build success upon success and strength upon strength. In the organic society the households are the parts of the national state whole, its very cells, so the better they are founded the more stable, lasting and strong the national state which they erect to tend to their ends, social, political and economic, and all of the spheres or pillars of the whole exist solely for the ends of the family of families. All of them have a moral or just aspect, society, the just place, being the given units from first family to national state's proper sphere inside the organic society, politics, the just duty and due which is merely the responsibilities the fathers owe to the commonalty, and the rights inside that circle which by their discipline and labours are ensure all their necessary due to live like dignified beings in a civilized state, and economics has its just price, which is merely the just and true value of all labour, products such that both buyer and seller exchange a value for a value such that each only gets what is justly due to him. A society is the result of man's gregarious nature. From this need of man to have food and clothing, shelter and respite from natural attrition, arises the need to organize for political and economic mutual gain and benefit. This need to have each other's company, to organize along hierarchical lines and to have resources from nature made available to the company is not a choice but a necessity based inside the inherent qualities of man himself. In the first instance, economics was invented by human beings, for their ends. Humans do not exist for economic ends. Thus any theory or belief that postulates that economics control men or that modes of production are dominant over human will is false, since it is a penultimate truth that human activity, that is, human will, created economics and all value judgments as we know them now, there being no mode of production in nature sans human beings. The small matters of economics are merely matters of human will, money merely being an invention of our minds. It is absurd that it should be our master. All value is demanded by human want and supplied by human labor upon land with or without capital. Thus it is absurd that any people should ever need to borrow value if they are able-bodied, organized and willing to work. In a preceding paragraph it was discussed briefly that economics can have a great number of unintended consequences when it is simply allowed to be pursued blindly for pure personal profit and with no regard for anyone else. Partly these effects run roughshod over people and nations, and another part of these effects tend to run riot upon the natural world itself. Both of these effects would be mitigated and to the extent possible restrained using social and legal force when necessary. Our people are our base of strength, and the natural world is the foundation upon which our people rest. Thus any large-scale industrial action that affects the environment around us, affects a people's home writ large, adversely affects the health of the people themselves, shall be restrained from doing so under an organic social order. People over profits, life over lucre. A land that is livable is more valuable than any amount of mere lucre or credit extended by the market. This is not to say that we should abandon industrial society, it is only to say that we should balance the needs of an industrial society with the realities of what nature can and cannot absorb in the line of pollutants, destruction and the rest, as well as simply changing our view of nature from being merely a source of materials to being a part of the living whole around us and over which we are steward, not owner. From there the proper organic society will plan accordingly to do the least harm and most good to ourselves and for nature, so that we can build upon each other and stop this man versus creation mindset which is so destructive to both in the end. This is also to say that natural resources should not be used willy-nilly to the benefit of private companies and to the loss of the commons. They should be used like a family would use its resources for its own best interest, since the national state is a family of families. And as the family depends upon the use of the resources upon the lands which it owns, so the people depend upon the whole of their lands to provide for their needs, singularly and as a whole. This is because between the homestead and the homeland the difference is one only of scale, not kind. People have a land for a home. Thus the simple fact is that no company, no person, no group of persons have a right nor ideally should have any legal ability to do the common people harm, for return on investment or market gain, for such actions constitute treason and fraud. The idea would be similar to saying that, in the days of the cave, one person should have the right to hoard the food and sell it all the others at a profit, even though all the others had worked in stockpiling the food. Do you think our ancestors have tolerated being treated like this? Why do we as a group then tolerate the market selling us our own labor as credit and then hoarding the results of said labor from us, since that is the free market, where some hoard and some go hungry, and the market worshipping golden calf worshippers call this moral and just? But I must ask, who would consider a family just if they allowed some to go without while others had more than they could ever use? Who would consider a family just and good if its freedoms were never free, and quite the contrary were always attached to interest, debt, pauperization, resource depletion, and overextension, which in the long term ensure societal collapse? Since the one fatal flaw with their infinite growth model is that the universe is finite. One cannot get x plus y% from x, when x is all that exists. The market demands more resources from nature eventually than can be had, thus it is a false paradigm that cannot last mathematically. Game, set, match. A further truth that everyone is dying to avoid confronting is that if one looks at the birth of both the Bolshevik economy and the early English, it can be shown that economies feature the same sorts of population transfers, the land enclosures, the thefts of the commons' wealth and the concentration of said wealth and a few favorites' hands. If we take out the names and dates, the actions are basically the same, at all points with only very minor details differing. Thus the common paradigm in which there is a controlled market and a free market, these two perpetual false contrasts, has no real validity, since the market was not born into freedom any more than the Soviet legal system promoted justice. Why is one the greatest crime known to man and the other, if even acknowledged, explained away as a positive event? Could it have to do with monetary advantage? This is why we advocated nor for a free market but for fair exchange, in which one exchanges value for value, dollar for dollar, and does not perpetually seek to come out ahead but to merely get what is justly due to them. The fact is that yes, one should be free to engage in commerce or economics, but only if that commerce is honest and not destructive to the families, the Hearths, and or the common citizenry who make up the base of the social system upon which one engages in commerce. That is, in so much as one engages in commerce honestly and within the rules as established for the common good, then one shall be let alone and protected by the might of state, with the blessings of all good men, to do well if one is able. It is as easy as following the rules, paying taxes, and behaving honestly and forthrightly more generally, while always being mindful of the fact that one is part of a greater whole. We see nothing there that does great injury to anyone's ability to engage in honest fair business. It simply explicitly states that money is the servant and the man the master of this land, while the labor of the man makes the goods which we use to live. Those on the other hand that wish to do underhanded business, who wish to cheat the nation, or to make a penny or two more by doing business with foreigners at the expense of the nation, will be driven out like vipers, routed for the good of all. From here it is only a matter of choosing a political system, which theory aside will be a mixed system. We advise the tried and true combination of a head of state, a council, and an assembly of the people. From all time to all time, this repeats, one will not escape it. The only thing that remains is to determine if those loyal to the soil shall control the process, or if others not so loyal based upon whatever qualification shall do the controlling. The operative principle of the political system should be the well-being of the people, all the people, especially those who are not rich and powerful, is the highest law, and rank and station exist so that one can better serve the people. This is actually the most simple part, as if one has a proper social and economic order based on organic wholeness and natural family relations man to man and group to group, there is little for the political arm to take care of outside of national defense, seeing to legal cases and keeping basic order among the parts. Since in a properly ordered society the families and communities deal with most matters informally and effectively at the local level without fuss or need for procedure or with minute regulation, it is only in a society at war with itself that the state is needed in all areas of the common life, as in those such societies there is no common loyalty, and thus cold lifeless law replaces love as the prime force binding man to man, while the family and society in general are sacrificed on the altar of individualism. This is not how a proper well-ordered society is supposed to function. A properly well-ordered political society, of course, is one in which the men over a certain age determine for the whole what shall be and what shall not be, by means of first their familial authority over their own homes, which then is translated into political control over the community, with those with greater leadership capacity being elevated to the station and rank at which they can best serve their common good. The only system that seems to work over time ties voting with call-up and paying tax, while simply only allowing men to do call-up. This way only those that pay and who will actually fight can vote, hold office, or having standing before a court of law. This can work. Anything else will result in replays of the current madness given time. In reality, the patriarchal family model is the most stable social political model ever found, and that is why the modernists hate it so, as it is a very, very hard nut to crack. Even the limpid remnants of the patriarchal family are giving them a good go. The return of masculinity from its early grave has them terrified. And this is where the men among the rubble and ruin that is modernity must run straight into modernity's supporters and tools. But the undeniable fact is that a large enough or internally cohesive enough group of angry, upset men have no need of voting or any of these other liberal concepts, being as they are the backbone of the liberal system itself. Liberal modernity can lie to itself, but males are always the strong backs that keep any system standing. And it is men that are being sacked and downgraded by this system, setting them up to be in opposition to political correctness modernity when the economic bottom falls out of the matriarchy. Then the men will defect. They will have found that their interests are no longer served by this political correctness, egalitarianism, and modernity. In that time it is absolutely assured that something very much like the patriarchal society we call for will re-emerge from the rubble in the ruins. It is assured, since once the goods, services and games can no longer distract the young men, they will realize that they have been robbed of their future to profit the subversives who are behind political correctness. and they will do what men do in such circumstances, we are quite sure. At that point it is our belief, the entirely new chapter in history shall be written, one that takes the best of the old and new and makes a unique product well and properly fitted to our people. One that places the family, the people, the nation and their unique culture, history and commonality at the center of the life. One that reaffirms wholeness, life, livelihood, a connection to land, home, hearth, heritage, community, uniqueness, and that places art, ideals, learning and duty above material goods. 1. United as one. Unitary. Whole. Complete. The future is only as far away as tomorrow. Nothing of worth is built in one day, but if one works day after day it will be built. Chapter 2. Outline of the theory as applied to society. Family, more than people, more than nation, more than state. A. Family. A family is a male and female lifelong bonding pair that keep a home by means of unequal distribution of labor, duties and rights for the end that both the male and female may be useful to having, rearing and educating children who then take their proper place in new families when their time comes. Families have homes in which to live, a hearth around which they commonly gather to eat and stay warm as well as socialize, and a heritage that is really their memory and respect for their past and ancestors by any other name. The family can be seen as the unit from which all other units in human existence spring. It is the font for economics, society and politics. Being the people in seed, the nation in germ, and the state in miniature. The family exists so that the kind may be carried on by the mating pair. B. In time all things grow and the family becomes a family of families, which we can call a people. A people is unique. It grows out of the combined heritages of the family households that make it up. No two are quite the same as no two grow under quite the same conditions with quite the same ideals, yearnings or qualities. A people have community of commonality being a sort family home writ large in the ideal where each knows the other and has some sort of connection to them that overrides mere economic gain or advantage. A people has a history, which is the collective narrative of the several heritages as understood by the whole. This history gives them a sense of identity and purpose as well as giving the whole the same attachment to past, ancestors and customary ways as heritage does each family. And a people has a culture, which really is the group expression of what the families do during their leisure time around their hearths. A1 and B1. The qualities that make for a strong familial people are honesty, frugality, dedication, and respect. These qualities ensure the morality of the commons is well founded such that each will have just dealings, and be motivated to give his all to the common good. From this strong base of good morality one is able to build a strong, stable and lasting nation, state, and thus to go on to have a proper popular national state. C. Nation. The nation is partly a physical thing being the people's group body as it is applied to its lands, resources and livelihoods, but is also partly an emotional and spiritual entity which is the group emanation of the qualities that defend the right of the free man to use the land to his families, and the people's greater good at the same time. The nation has a land, which land is the resources available to the people as a whole. This land is their source of food, clothing and housing primary and only secondarily a source of exchange value. To this end a proper nation ensures each loyal and good citizen a livelihood that will ensure his dignity as a free man. And in so much as actual life means enjoying the fruits of the culture and labors of the whole, each will be ensured his just due in the order of things, not necessary equal but just, such that each will loyally serve his own interest by serving the common good. Such a nation would compete primarily in regards to quality of workmanship and artistry in execution, not for merely gain or profits. D. State. The state is the skin the nation adorns to keep the inside in and the outside out, and to ensure law, order and justice are maintained by the popular nation as a whole, ensuring the administrative means are in place to guard, secure and protect the lands, livelihoods and lives of the nation and thus act as the shield to the people as a whole. Its offices exist to do this duty and not to aggrandize any person or persons above the people, The officials of the state are the fathers of their people and as such are expected to keep their national homeland secure, feed and provided for like any other father among the people. They have power, but they also have a responsibility to pay with their life for failure in the use of that power. All that accept power over life and death must be held to a higher standard of conduct than the average man, as their actions affect others more singularly than the actions of those that have not sought out authority, station and sway. This is justice. C1 and D1. The qualities that make up a strong and lasting national state are loyalty, duty, courage, honor. Loyalty to the people and one's family is loyalty to the national state. Duty to one's labor is duty done to the people and nation as well as to one's one home. Courage is the watchword of all free men who will keep their freedom, and honor is just honesty applied to the performance of one's duties and labors. Honor comes from doing well at one's duties and loyally performing one's labors as well as courageously defending the people, families and the whole nation. Thus family and people couple with nation and state working for the common good makes for the popular national state. A and B and C and D, more than E. The popular national state, which is the natural expression of the roles played in the family applied to the social, economic, political actions of a given popular nation state. The family is the first foundation upon which the people are laid. The people are the depth given to the first foundation by the natural increase over time in a given area, under a certain set of laws with a common historical narrative and moral values. This unique people then forms the nation, which is just the non-legal customary means the people use to ensure their collective economic political advantage as well as being the sum of their social, cultural, religious, and other artistic actions. The state is the administrative forms that ensure that the popular nation remains safe and has access to the resources needed to keep itself strong and well. Backwards, the national state can be seen as the means the people use to ensure that each is best served by those resources, the family the means to ensure each is personally housed, clothed and fed, so that more families can strengthen the people, who then add to the nation, who then gives proper animation to the state, and on in a never-ending circle forever, starting at the first family and rolling of its own motion till the end of time. There are many other ways to visualize the living reality of the family that grows into a people who nurture a nation, which then establishes a state. The key is to grasp the fact that each first family breeds a unique people upon a land with a way of life that life under a law, with a particular culture that is uniquely suited to them alone, and that from these first characteristics the forms and nature of the national state are determined. To recap and illustrate, first there is the family of a man, a woman, and a child. This family unit is the fundamental building block of human existence. It is the measure of all of the rest of the organic society. It is all about the family home, hearth and heritage. These are the means the family uses to provide and maintain itself. Families expand naturally into a people who have similar means to the family's home, hearth and heritage, in commonality, culture and history. It cannot be stressed enough that family is the basis for a unique people. This people have commonality, culture and history as their bonds much as families have homes, hearths and heritages, with the former growing naturally out of the later and partaken in their nature. The people are unique, one, whole and lack in nothing, acting in its own whole interest by design, as a family would see to all its members. The national state is the means the familial people use to protect their interests inside the circle from those things outside their circle of loyalty and trust. Ideals, wishes, wants, loves, these are the central forces in the human drama. Family is the seed that contains all this and more. Chapter 3, The Family from Bonding Pair to Hierarchical Society, with a functioning social, economic, political order. The simple reality is that a father and mother produce a child and then work together to raise this child. They try in all real worlds to ensure it meshes with the greater society at large. The entire popular national state begins and ends with this ideal bonding pair. This fact simply cannot be stressed enough that the foundation of everything in a proper organic society is the male-female bonding pair. This bonding pair and the home, hearth and heritage they build up around their child is the natural quantum from which the kind springs and by which it is maintained, there being in nature no nation or people that consists of only a lone individual. Nor is there any strong family that is not housed, and in which the father and mother do not split authority and responsibility for the child's upbringing and rearing. The home is ideally the family's refuge from the world at large, its anchor in time and place that gives the family a sense of purpose, its center of balance politically, point origin socially, and point of focus economically. The family is the first social, economic and political unit that man is born into, and is the model for all the others in a proper popular national state. The three pillars or layers upon which any society are based are its social, economic and political bases. The family is the larger organic society in miniature, and its proper distribution of duties, rights and responsibilities between the component parts are the model for all social interactions. The home is the first school of the child at the art of living in his society as a well-adjusted and properly integrated part of the whole organic society, at all levels as an integral whole, forming the child into a functional part of an organic people and living community, shaped by and shaping a commonality in culture and mores. This school is the basis for all civilized existence. All of civilization itself starts with the ideal bonding pair and the people having the moral fiber necessary to struggle to uphold this against both nature and the avarice of other men. That is the egg from which all else cometh, in a sense these real-world pairs who are the instances of the ideal and the homes et al. They build up by their divided and dutiful labors are the factories from which citizens are first molded to the rigors of civil life, each according to their gender, station and abilities, so as to best serve their family, community, people, and national state. The home is the primary organizational unit in a popular national state. Its template gives rise to the order and authority that allows for all further organization, order and civilization. The divide in authority inside the home is between the father and mother. This primary division of authority, labor, and time efforts is based on creation's plan for the protection of the now and the continuance of tomorrow. It is the divide between the caregiver and the provider which was created such that children could be best raised. The mother at home, caring for the hearth and child, while the father goes out in the world and brings back the resources needed for the family as a whole, is the most operative and tried division in history. It has a proven track record and is attested both by causal observation and natural development among the genders. The very biology of the two natural kinds attests to the truth of these statements. Anything to the contrary is confusion. A family is one in many ways and can only have one head and provider. This is the man. It needs a caregiver and keeper. This is the woman. The child is the reason for the effort, but is also in the natural order of things to be expected at some point to start to participate in ensuring success as it grows as befits its natural gender role. The men form the hedge that keeps the family home, safe and provided for, the women makes up the inner walls that ensure stable home life, and the child is again the singular reason for the whole application of efforts, who will in time become a new parent of his own family. Another way to view the whole matter is that the men make a strong foundation, upon which the women are well placed such that children can be raised to be proper members of the society into which they are constituent parts. The men have a duty to provide for the home. He must go out and work, and defend the home and community from threats arising both from the natural world and the world of man. This is his lot and his duty. The women have a duty to care for the hearth, such that the child may grow an heritage of the home. They must see to the hearth and rear the child or children into adulthood. They act as the primary educators, the hand that rocks the cradle, of the youth. And upon them is the duty to provide for both the bodily needs of the child, and to ensure he is able to take his place among the members of his civilization. That is her duty and business. Because of this unequal division of labor the whole prospers. The man is able to go out and provide for the home because the woman cares for the home and child. Women is able to care for the home and child because the man provides for the home as a whole. Both parties are necessary and both serve in different capacities to bring the child, family and people's future towards the goal of surviving and thriving in this world of ours. the women more passively in the home and the man more actively in the world, generally, but both tend to act to the same end, that a stable home can be maintained and keep such that a child can be raised up and brought to its adulthood thereby, which adulthood of the child is the real reason for the whole effort need to keep and maintain a home, hearth, and build up a heritage. Now once there is a home with a mother busy inside, and a father working outside to provide the materials needed for the inside, and a child enjoying all the benefits of his parents' mutually supporting labors, we must ask, what is the most elemental goal of such a home? What would it need to do first and foremost to allow them all to live and survive such that the family can grow and be strong? The most basic goal must be to feed, house and cloth all the members of the family, and then to use what is left to make commodities for use or exchange. The idea is that the family's resources are used for the whole and not the gain merely of just one part to the exclusion of the rest. The whole family works in its way to the end of the family as a whole. The father provides the fruits of his labors, the mother keeps the home, which is the savings of those labors, and the child helps the mother or father as necessary or able, so as to learn young to pitch in and contribute to the group as good and moral thing to do. This interaction for economic gain is the child's first model of what social organization ought to be in the nature of things. The proper model is impressed upon our natures, and most of the stresses of other systems are caused by attempting to fight these biological imperatives of the humankind. In a good sound society with functioning communities and tight family bonds, the parents act as first teacher to the child, and by their example is the world measured. If they act justly, then the child will learn just dealing and thinking, which will lead to just action. The family acts as the measure for the child's understanding of cooperation, interaction, and socialization generally. It serves as their first introduction to the nature of hierarchy and authority, from the fact that it allows of only one head, like any other hierarchy only allows one center of authority. And it serves as the living example of the natural division of labor which creation imposes upon man as a whole. In fine, the family is a larger society in miniature, and its proper distribution of duties, rights, and responsibilities between the component parts are the model for all social interactions. In the order of things, the child grows and assumes the mantle of their own family and home, and yet usually these groups of families still yet retain much of the familial bonds that keep the first family together. These bonds will, if properly reinforced by appropriate social customs and correctly applied legal mores, tend to act such that the now extended familial community will tend to cooperate to the common ends of the extended family. The ideal would be for the individuals to specialize as needed to the advantage of the whole, rather than uselessly engage in mindless wasteful competition to no end but common bankruptcy and ruin. We will have cooperation so to best use the resources for the life of the family and people. Putting an end to the chaotic misuse of our resources and the destruction it causes among our folk is necessary. It simply is a truth that where there is no order there is no common goal, and thus no sense of commonality nor family bonds. This ensures an anarchy in which there is no proper authority, because there is no greater good recognized. But since authority and order are needed, then so is the recognition of a great good that encompasses the whole society, spreading out from the family, to the people, to the nation, and finally the state. Therefore, since this common good depends upon the people using their resources in a cooperative manner, the competitive model that fronts for an economic disorder must be let go of and replaced. The idea is that the whole of the economic, social, and politic aspects of the family and people are there to ensure each his just due of the common good, and to allow for each to be best able to produce the most among of goods for the commonalty, in so much as each puts into the common good and justly does good for the commonality. The basic idea is that if it is good for the familial people, then it is good. If any given action is not, then it is not desirable, nor will it be allowed to harm the popular order. What is good will be encouraged, and what is harmful will be suppressed, destroyed, or driven out as applicable, since the best ends of the whole family of families take the lead over any particular person's desires, wants, happiness, or other personal gains, losses, or emotions. The unit of history is the family. The primary economic, social, and political unit is the family, not the individual, not the people, but the family. The interest of the bonding pair of father and mother simply are the primary interest of society, the economy and politics in the organic society. The common familial population interests over the liberal market's interest. The first economy is a father-fighting nature for resources that are brought home to the mother who uses them around the hearth, to be used jointly to the best end of the child who is the heritage of this labor. People need goods and services, so they do work upon land. Any resources that is not labor, they then produce value for use or exchange. If they use resources to create goods that help produce more goods than they have capital, any tool is a form of capital in this sense, and if they save some of the products produced for later they have wealth. Therefore value comes from labor applied to land and may include capital as well. If labor is taken away there is no value produced at all. Thus labor produces and is the measure of value. Another and much simpler way to state the same thing is that economic activity exists solely because people do useful work. People work to get the things needed for life. The economy of the nation is the servant of the people are not the servants of the economy. The proper popular national state is based upon small holdings, local free exchange and as far as possible autarky so as to ensure that each family is free from the money merchants, that the people are strong in their homes, and that the nation-state is independent in action from the international free market, which is called by any other label. Ideally all males over the age of marriage would and should have a small holding, a stake in some venture, or otherwise be more or less free from needing to be beholden to anyone outside their local community for their dietary, apparel, domestic and housing needs. This ensures that each person is productive, as frankly family act as better taskmasters than any overseers and lover drives harder than whips. In the past such systems have involved the concept of guilds and just price. Guilds were both a union and a self-regulation mechanism regarding both output and quality standards. Just price is the correct idea that each and every item has a just amount of labor that it trades for equally, no more and no less. Both of these in a more or less for use economy with every limited exchange, meaning all the value more or less stayed in the hands of the locals rather than concentrating in hands of some merchants and usurers. This combination of guilds and just price worked amazing well, so well the just price had to be dissolved by violence and the guild's working capital stolen. There is no reason that such a system cannot be specialized as needed for a modern community such that it could be the basis for a proper local for use economy, which will find a level equal to that of the needs of those that actually work in the economy. A proper economy based on just prices that ensure just remuneration of labor, not one based upon interest and debt that profits parasites. An economy that makes rational effective use of manpower and resources not to enrich the free market in some far-off land but which is used to create strong families that make a strong united people, that make for a stronger national state which is able to ensure their place among the first-rate peoples of history, in the here and now. An economy which profits us the producers of the earth. In the context of useful production of value, of course, profits are perfectly acceptable excepting that one will not be allowed to bet against the common good, nor undercut the people. It really is not too much to ask that one be loyal given that the whole is the bastion from which one operates. If one wishes to continue the liberal economic war against us, then one will not be allowed to operate from among us. b. The familial popular national interests are the social order's sole and only interests. The first society is a father and mother with a child sitting around their hearth, in their home, bringing into being by their actions a heritage that will set the tone of the family of families that will come after them. They are in their just place. The just place is each unit's domain in society. The family's just place at its home. The people the land. The nation the defense of life, livelihood and lands from internal chaos. The state the defense of the law, order and justice, to best ensure the ordering of the whole to defend from assaults from without their circle. Each of these is just in so much as it applies its authority to its own place or sphere of influence, but unjust if they stray. Like a just prince stays within his rights and duties, so the just units in society stay within and should expect to be respected in the use of those powers and authorities proper to them. For an example, each family is just in so much as it rules its own home, well, but not if it attempts to overturn its neighbors by violence. In this way, in the organic society, each has a place that is rightful to them and over which they have duties and responsibilities such that they are like cells, each with a wall that separates them, but each ideally working toward the common bodily good. In this way, everyone will have a sense of belonging to first a family unit, then to a community, and finally to a greater organic whole, but at the same time will be quite sure about one's place in the ordering of these units from first to last. In a proper, well-founded social order, the living whole, the people as one greater family, is the center of concern, and the members of families, and the families as a whole, the wings that pull that center slightly towards one and then the other, towards the group and then towards the individual, but always within the arc that ensures it is under the aegis of the familial people's national state, which is their shield and sword, while the people and families are the body that wields them. Thus the center of gravity drifts slowly over time like a river meandering in its bed. It oscillates regularly and gradually to ensure the maximal benefit to the whole and thereby to the parts as well. This is natural, and it ensures that the best interests of the whole society are served, since society is a family. If the members and family are in proper balance, the families and community of families are in balance, then society being nothing more than the sum of these families, the national state shall be in proper harmony and accord with the people, providing the roots and trunk which upholds the branches and leaves of the national state, and the nation-state providing the outlet for the creative forces of the whole as a whole, thus ensuring the best for the families as a whole. On the individual level, the families in the nature order of things have a father who leaves the home to bring back resources for the whole to use. The mothers usually do not merely just stay in their own home all day, but in a proper society with function communities they congregate with their children to do activities like canning, cooking, and the rest of the chores that must be done around the house, and their lighter, easier work about the community more generally that needs to be done too, that all may live a bit better and learn to work and live together as one. The fact is that the wage system has in many ways destabilized the family. The father being gone and always away is not conducive to good order in the home, and it breaks the familial bonds upon which a proper state depend. Thus it seems to us that the best way is that which provides for the father to be able to work and be around his family, even perhaps have the children see work so as to attempt to imitate this example more readily in their time. Also, in a proper society with function communities, people meet and gather, often one and the other, know at least those near to them in proximity, and tend to actually try to get along and have fun. This good time that people so enjoy is necessary to allow everyone to unwind for the stresses of the daily toil every once and a while, and enjoy life itself and the fruits of the toil just a bit. We seem to have utterly forgotten this fact in our daily lives. C. No valid political action usurps power from the popular nation or the family home. The family, like all other bodies, allows for only one head. This is the man. Ideally, all political activities in the state stem from this first hierarchy and has its paternal and familial substance as its basis. Patriarchy is the law of nature. No being may have two heads and live a good life, so there can only be one final authority in the family. The patriarchal authority is necessary so that law, order, and justice may be implemented one family to the other, and each in the particular families to each other. This domestic authority is the root from which all higher national state authority stems. If there is no authority in the home, there will be no authority among the people, and the whole will fall into darkness. The man speaks for the family politically as he acts in the world to ensure it resources upon which the women and child do their part to pull the whole forward. The stronger the foundation for the domestic authority, the stronger the higher authority resting upon it. We see that the women and child are the reason for this authority, since if the man is well founded with a stable home, the women and child both are better off than if the women and child pretend at being men, or if the men act as if they are children from lack of confidence and skill at the art of leading. It is a simple fact that this is a duty and a responsibility the man and the man alone carries. Much of the unrest in our modern society stems from attempting to confuse the role of the man, women, and the purpose of family, children, and community. Creation has rules and laws which will be respected or they will recoil upon one. The other side of this rule is that the men have an obligation to rule well and to the best interests of the women and child, ruling being a duty and responsibility. In the normal order since time immemorial, the men have simply met, spoken, chosen those from among themselves with ability to have authority, and then established what rules they needed to ensure the benefits of communal life to the whole and the parts in as balanced a manner as possible. This is what a proper popular national state does. In parts of Switzerland it is still done very much this way to this very day. The basic model has been the same for some 2,000 years or more. There will be an executive, a council, and some form of assembly of some segment of the whole people who act as a voting public. The normal way this works is that the men that are heads of household, pay tax, do call up duties, and are over a certain age, have a say in matters such as war, peace, taxes, and the other matters which affect the commonalty and the household separately. This again just the father's authority expanded along with his duties. The man has a duty to pay for his household expenses, protect his family, and to guide events within it to the best ends of all parties. And thus the fathers as a whole have a duty and a responsibility to provide the means to protect the people, which amounts to paying for and defending the commonality, history, and culture of the whole people so that each man's home, hearth, and heritage may be more fully protected, sustained, and cherished by the members one and all. The men will find their own level as needed, and it is best to allow the particulars to play out as events unfold. The one bedrock concept is that in any organic society the will of the people will be done. They will elect a government, upon whatever principles, and it shall have the authority to act upon the expectations of the electorate and the promises of the leaders given authority to act. This government shall be subject to recall and replacement upon failure to live, provide for the welfare of the people who are the basis for the government and the very reason it has any life, existence, or substance. The popular national state shall be a tool of the familial people that build it up from their natural increase. In this sense one could say that in a proper society with functioning communities and stable families who themselves have good order, that all authority and governance is paternal and based directly upon the father's rule over his family home as is just and fit, a rule that comes with the duty to provide, secure, and protect even at the risk of life and limb. See Appendix B for more. To recap and restate the above, first the ideal bonding pair, form of family, then that family is housed, and from there a people grows. The basic idea is that national states are based upon a specific people who are based upon an ideal bonding pair, first family. 1. Unique, lacking in nothing, who provide it with a culture and give it life. This people is based upon strong families that have stable homes, hearths, and heritage. These families are based upon unequal and divided roles for the male and female, which roles, provider and caregiver, are both vitally necessary to the final end of rearing children into the mold of the people who will in their turn take the place of their parents and rear their own children safe in homes, with hearths and a heritage of their own, part of a people with a commonality, history, and culture who will help erect and shape the national state such that it best serves the people by ensuring the family units are kept strong and vigorous and able to produce more children who are brought up into the ways of the people. The family is the basis for all. From the necessity of each to do their duty inside the familial circle to make the whole function follows all correct social, economic, and political inferences are drawn, since these are based upon actual created reality, not rationalizations. They will be well founded. This theory is the way unto life. As such, this theory is squarely set against liberalism, Marxism, and all materialist, individualist theories of person, society, economics, and politics. These are all based upon nothing other than sterile and lifeless theory, and they produce only death by any other name. Now that we have addressed in sufficient detail the why, where, and when of a proper organic society, we shall address the who, what, and how of getting it back from the wreckage that is modernity. And we can get our organic order back. We can if we work hard, day after day, year upon year. We arrived here by choices. We shall leave modernity by choices. Chapter 4. Who, what, and how can will and must restore organic wholeness to our people? For those looking for a hobby or playtime activity, this is not for you. This will not be easy. It will require a lot of give and take, a lot of compromise and flexibility on the part of all parties involved. But it can be done if the will and want are there to make it happen. We wish to point out that taking success from the jaws of failure will take a lot of work, since the cause of those that believe in organic principles in North America and in the West more generally is failing dismally due on account of a clinging to ghosts of the past, and an improper understanding of the fact of today coupled with outright pigheaded insistence that failure is success. This cannot be denied by any honest observer. In fact, these serious failures of current organic thinking are the reason we have penned this tract in an attempt to give the national-minded man something to anchor himself upon as, at present, the center and right are in full retreat across the entire West. These two are hard facts. Tradition is being routed. The family is in collapse. Order itself is coming undone. And yet those that purport to be nationalists, that is to believe in organic principles by and large, cannot even have a conversation over fish and bread with the very nations they purport to lead, because they are despised by and despise their own historical nations and people. It would be comic if the hour was not quite so late and the need not quite so pressing. One of the main reasons among several for this failure is the arrogant, high-handed attitude of the majority of far-right movement itself towards the common people. The majority of the old guard, amongst and race realist type movements simply have nothing to offer the common working and middle-class person that is worth the sacrifice needed to gain those offerings. The vast majority of the partisans of the far-right movement openly call the common people sheep, slaves and serfs on the one hand, but on the other castigates them for not loving and following the movements, that is, their own eccentric and contradictory belief systems fully and without question. Why would the masses follow those that call the masses and insult their core values to their face, who on top of this have nothing to offer them but nothing at all? The sad fact for us believers in organic society is that the current right-wing movement in the Anglosphere cannot and will not accept its own failings and must project blame onto others while never ever even considering the problem is internal to itself. Blaming as a projection of weakness. Why would the common Western man want to associate with folks that act like demoralized schoolgirls insisting that nobody will let them be free? Who sees this and thinks, there is where we want to place our bounty? Who? In this regard, the current far-right movement is more of an online cult with a hodgepodge of confused beliefs that have no center of gravity or meaningful application to the real life of the West, than it is a well-thought-out mass movement. It is this goonish and inept public display coupled with the far-right's open contempt for the common people that ensures their ongoing failure, not any conspiracy external to themselves. The inability to provide meaningful answers to the day-to-day questions in life, twinned with the elitist contempt for the masses, ensures failure, in and of itself. Thesis. Therefore it follows that for the cause of those that believe in organic principles to begin to succeed, those persons who believe in an organic society based on solid families in homes, with hearths, passing on a heritage, must bring on a large segment of the common people to their beliefs. However, for this to happen, they must formulate their beliefs such that they conform to common experience, and they must also be internally sensible and non-contradictory. These beliefs must be presented in such a manner as to appeal to the manners and ways of the people while steering them towards a society more in line with the theory presented in this work. And further, since belief informs action, the acts of those that believe in organic principles must be in line with the goals of those principles. Antithesis. Therefore the most sensible way forward would be to formulate new principles that openly embrace the common people from the family level as being paramount to the organic society. One big family of families. These new principles must be presented in the nature of civic social economic ideals, to be guidelines upon which to base the outcome of actions social, political, and economic. Morality matters. Uniformity of belief is crucial. In short, these new principles that will replace the hodgepodge, conflicting and meaningless concepts that the modern right presents with the organic social theory, which we hope will be able to unify and unite the effort at an ideal level while allowing for greater flexibility at the operative level. More uniformity of ideals with less micromanagement of the details that lead to the outcomes. The facts as derived from this line of thought will be presented as the plain facts of existence, as an answer all of the big questions in the people's lives. These principles will grow because they will be useful while lending themselves to flexibility and general applicability. True to our core principles but not hateful to our people who are after all merely lost and misguided, needing our aid to find the path. In this way, the organic social theory and its advocates will go from being associated with the hated fringe anarchic right who are internally confused, to being well-founded upon correct principles, and thereupon will find themselves a proper loyal base amongst the population. Those that believe in organic principles themselves will also go from being associated with buffoons and charlatans play-acting at being nobles, to being more or less thought of normal people who do work in the service of their folk, and who in return are well thought of by their folk. But all of this begins with the cause of those that believe in organic principles purging those elements of thought, action and ideals from the past which have no application in the future, and coming down off the mountain to meet the people in the middle, like proper leaders of men. Synthesis. The movement shall have to journey mentally and spiritually from being high-handed lords to being proper servants of their people. For the highest nobility is service, and all proper right to rule is based upon the duty to do good for those ruled. This must be the internal light that guides the actions of the organic social theory, the common good over self-interests. If they shall not, others shall fill this vacuum of true leadership and direct the outcomes of events. If the organic social theory externalizes this truth of leading by providing a good example in performing lawful, legal, yet useful and good actions in the local community, this will generate goodwill. Goodwill coupled to proper action based upon right understanding will in and of itself work to draw to the organic social theory the very masses that have scorned them to this point. Life builds upon life, and good upon good. Do well, build much, bring in others, continue cycle. If the believers in organic social theory play the role of the well-meaning elder brother, or even paternal father, who have their people's interest at heart, then the nation will embrace them and return this affection. As you do, so you are judged. Is it not so? If those that believe in organic principles speak in terms that people understand, then the masses will comprehend. An adult must find the language to put difficult concepts to those less mature than them, or they are poor stewards of the people. If they act and live humbly, dutifully, and do what must be done selflessly, then people will in time elevate them to do their duty. Since all that will to power are 100% unfit to wield power, if they lead their own lives in ways that bring reward and a betterment of their own families and to their lives of the commons, then they will have proven themselves to be worthy of their people's adoration. For who is more worthy of his country's love than he who has made his country strong body and soul? The cause of those that believe in organic principles would do well to remember that man-to-man relations are far more powerful than any money, or economics, or any other factor. Like draws to like, life to life. It is the fact that the organic social theory acknowledges these relations, as beginning in the family and expanding out to the greater nation, that sets the organic social theory apart from all out-modeled pure mechanical and materialists' belief systems. The family is the sole foundation upon which the theory rests, the unit by which the rest is to be judged, the means to freedom from our bondage to modernity and political correctness, the strong base. The believers in an organic society will by their own word be a first family at a community level, one to make the circle complete, such that life grows from life. We shall do this by the ABCs of the matter. A. Who, a strong stable society is based upon strong families, who are based around the male and female lifelong bonding pair, premise. Our pseudo-society has effectively destroyed this base by means of subversion of the patriarchal home order, the elevation of alternative lifestyles that only produce death, the destruction of traditional morality at all levels starting in the home and rotting outwards from there, and by destroying the stability of the family by the agency of legally enforced no-fault divorce. This weakening of the strong base has allowed for the rest of the subversion that is political correctness modernity. Political correctness is well-funded, organized and widely dispersed among the people with a consistent message. Those who oppose it are not and thus are hapless to stop the destruction about them. The destruction of our society has left an awful lot of men in the rubble, under the wreckage that modernity and progress has brought upon our people and our national state. These men are bound to pay for families in name only, who have no loyalty to them and demand payments from these men but refuse to do their duties to the men in return. These men are legally in effect serfs. These men are the most obvious first demographic that those who wish to re-establish organic society in the West should appeal to, for these men have no illusions about the system's benevolence nor do they believe in any of its lies. These men are simply waiting in the soup kitchens, underneath bridges, sleeping in their cars, for a glimmer of hope, for a light to guide their way. Essentially they are waiting to find new purpose, so that they can do what men do, and that is to build the basis for social and political organization, by means of their economic cooperation organization. If this sounds complex, but what it means is that men naturally work together if presented the chance and given a real meaningful reason, and they will then work very hard to create value, which value is then used as the basis for social and politic order. Thus the men's economic efforts are the basis for social and political stability and society, just as the stable family is the basis for the man's ability to work and build value effectively. So in effect those who wish to re-establish organic society must go to these outcast, browbeaten men, expose them to the truth that they can have a better future if they but only come together with effort and thereby merge with them, becoming an extended family to each other, one, united. A great family that can do great things if they but act like good, normal, productive, virile, healthy, able and generally useful noblemen that a rural community would welcome into their ranks. Then from this will flow the natural productive forces which come from people cooperating to a common end. However, this natural zeal must be channeled, or like a flood it will merely run off, not doing much good and usually doing much damage. Common understanding of values, common expectations and a common willingness to work for each other will go a long ways to digging a deep and wide harness these productive forces. B. What? Once those who wish to re-establish organic society have this family, drawn together from the outcasts of modernity, and hammered together with the ideals of family, and the organic theory of society, and have burned into them a desire for a solid stable home, hearth and heritage of their own, then they will need to organize, to consolidate and to conceptualize long-term plans. Thus it follows this family must be adopt for itself at least a nominal organization, and understand that some measure of hierarchy and great amounts of discipline and group restraint are essential to any large-scale organization affecting long-term goals, and keeping the group together as one. In general, organization is important because it teaches large groups of people how and why they are going to work together for common interests. There are many different forms of specific organizations available, from many different forms of charities and non-profits, to for-profit corporations, to single proprietorship businesses, and a host of others, but the essential element of all of them is that there is a planning principle, which is able to save capital for the enterprise to use later upon long-term goals. In most English-speaking countries there is a concept called a mutual benefit, not and for-profit, corporation. This is basically a taxed but not-for-profit corporate structure that allows many people to come together and act as one legal person for many purposes, including clubs, charities, self-help groups, insurance pools, community gardens, farmers markets, trust funds, housing associations, and many more, perhaps including the credit union, but that is usually provided for by another specific act. This form of organization is similar to an LLC, limited liability company, or S-type corporation, in that they require little paperwork to establish and simply provide the agent with a layer of corporate immunity, while the tax owed is basically the same, or in some cases slightly less than if you simply filed as a self-employed person. The main advantage gained is that each member of the new familial society has some measure of legal immunity against total bankruptcy in the worst-case scenario, and each learns some degree of know-how as to paperwork, taxation and business in general. For those who wish to re-establish organic society, I would posit that a worthy first step and initial goal that these men could work and save towards would be to save up and jointly purchase rural and suburban lands that are unwanted or rundown, slowly move the new family there into group homes or communal housing. The idea being to save on useless repetition of costs and forge working friendships among the housemates, if possible as a bonus. Then work to build them up into viable small farms and home-based businesses, while also building bridges to the locals by good works and generally acting with goodwill towards them, coupled with respect for their ways. A willingness to help and good efforts in that direction make all the difference, we estimate. This would allow the new emerging organic family to learn to work together as one and to learn to submerge their personal interest in the common cause. It would take them away from political correctness' urban power base and place them squarely among the rural folks who are largely themselves dissidents from liberal modernity. Notice that a group saves, then used labor on land to make resources and helps other new groups join the circle of folks working to help folks. This working environment would allow the space and freedom for the new family to produce wealth which could be exchanged or traded with the local population. If this was handled in a just and generally honest and forthright manner, it would be to gain goodwill with them and show that nationalist family cares about them and their interests. This value produced could be used to provide charitable relief to show by actions the family's intent for the commons. The goal will be to house, feed and clothe all the family members, make money, create capital, generate goodwill among the locals, and live successful lives as they bond into an extended family with their community by the natural procession of man meets woman. This will ensure that they continue growing in political and social numbers such that the new extended family, the first family and the community that have become as one, can send emissaries to the nearby rural areas, small towns, and other municipalities. The steady result will be a spreading of the area under the family of families' influence in the rural areas, as well as a steady accumulation of administrative and governing skills by attempting to be elected to public offices at all local levels. Then to slowly to move back into the suburban areas, and some select urban areas to spread the ideals of the organic society and to show its successes as persuasive arguments unto themselves. Thus they shall have a base upon which to operate that extends into the suburbs and rural areas, such that unlike a mere political party they will be able to provide fully functional life assistance to those deemed worthy of their efforts. But to not get ahead of ourselves, now we get to see how. 1. The location is important. The chosen local must have the resources needed to support industrious people. From raw materials to finished products, freedom means a secure supply of resources. It must have water that cannot be shut off from the outside. Without water there is no life or agriculture. It must have the right kind and number of inhabitants who will be receptive of the integralist, organic, nationalist message of the first family. And it must be far enough from the centers of imperial power as to be unnoticed by the political correctness regime, so as to be more or less immune to its influence. This will ensure an insulated area in which to introduce the ideals of the family to larger audiences and to have a larger chance of being the sole viable voice in those areas. In such a chosen location the family will have to locate and then proceed to prove themselves the equals of the locals and act the part of brothers and sons to their new community. Part of this includes acting with couth and manners towards the locals and taking them on board by presenting oneself to them and simply allay their concerns and answer their questions so as to head off bad tidings, gossip, rumor and the other 1,000 misunderstandings that aloofness will only aggravate. Now, it is 100% true that legally one is not required to consult anyone but the seller, and a few other functionaries in the local county seat or town hall about one's purchase of the land and subsequent use of said land. It is a private matter in so much as this goes, true enough, legally. However, we are not lawyers, and ethically speaking, practically, and person to person, the age-old custom of meeting with the locals and breaking bread and explaining oneself and intent openly and honestly still carries pretty big mojo in the country. Hospitality is a sign of good intent, and it shows that one has a certain manner about one's thinking that reflects in one's social attitude toward others. It could, legally, be disregarded, but it is just such slights that turn country folks and poor folks off of the more high-handed rich and middle-class gentrifiers that return to the land, that is, invade small towns and try to take over, throwing money about like pimps, to say nothing of the mass immigrant invaders. And our family will have no want of such poor regard from them. In fact, this would be the ultimate failure, as it would show that our people were too stupid and proud to find a way to be proper members of an already functioning rural community ready for the family ideals. The shame and fault would be ours and no others. We wish to stress that this, all the meet and greet, is not about we have to. It is about we think this is the right thing to do. It is purely a matter of character, or even ethics rather than law, which have more weight and will gain more goodwill than cold adherence to the impersonal anti-nationalist law we linger under today in the modern West. In a very small village one could and should simply invite the entire population, man, woman and child, to the tavern, local meeting hall, buy them all some food, put some refreshments out, shoot a few rounds of darts and pool, laugh a few laughs, maybe tell a joke or two, then let them ask all the questions they have in a calm and friendly environment. The key is to answer forthrightly and leave them without ill will and at best with goodwill. This should not be that hard 99 times out of 100 if one is really just moving out to the country to be one of the rural working folks and live a life close to the soil, and attempt to build a solid foundation upon which to raise families of our own. 2. This leads us to point 2. People like ants, not grasshoppers. Look to the ant, O sluggard, how she toils with no overseers. If one goes to an area that is run down, and does things to make it better, then folks will notice and generally approve of this, even if they don't agree with one on much of anything. They will at least see that you do as you say, and that your say has meaningful weight behind it. We feel that if the other differences were at least left and resolved civilly, that some elbow grease, genuine effort and productive work ethic could tip the balance from no to yes many times out of 100. And we know that doing something positive, useful and productive is more useful than not, every single time, all the time, every time. 3. Bring what the family needs from the outside, coming equipped to succeed about 99% of the battle. Bring tools, food, water, medicines, bandages and camping gear so that from the outset, a hygienic, clean, fairly organized living space and be laid out. Think base camp. This will also show the locals the family have some clue and are not going to be a burdensome and tiresome unwelcome addition to the community. This will show that the family has some organization and common sense. Again, this will be a basis for respect if not admiration, and can be a deciding edge when things are put in the balance. People like organized, clean folks who think ahead. Add in goodwill and honest efforts and we feel this will lead to acceptance by the community of the family. 4. Amplify similarities and downplay differences. Basically, blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall inherit the earth. In the context of a group of men melding into a family unit based on the organic theory and moving to a community to bond with said community, this would mean that one would try to do good things for the locals, one would be polite, mannered and proper, and one would ensure that all of one's fellows did likewise, as it would seem to us that finding ways to make one's presence useful to the locals could not hurt the acceptance and bonding process. Helping out is one surefire way to be included sooner or later, and it builds a sense of these are our people in the family of erstwhile lost and rootless men. It is a win-win for everyone, and that is because it is based upon the natural and normal relations of men serving a community, which in return accords them respect and a place among them of honor. 5. Never make it an issue of us versus you. Who here would not fight to the death for a home? If somebody came and told us they were talking over, would we fight? Yes, one would if one is worth one's salt. Truly it does not matter whom, nor what pretext. If anyone is taking from us, then we are fighting it out to defend our homes. This is instinctual. Anyone who has ever had their town overrun by immigrants understands this. And those of us moving to this new town are immigrants. Being respectful of the locals' ways never hurts the prospects of peaceful settlement, acceptance and bonding in, with and by their town. Once, the nationalist family has established itself on at least one parcel of land, and is doing economically and socially well enough that expansion is feasible, then we advise creating a series of interlocking corporate enterprises like those mentioned briefly above and making the informal enterprises more structured and directed beyond mere survival of the small family come to its new community. The purposes of this increase in organizational complexity will include to expand the family's functional reach, to help manage and control their holdings, to aid them in attaining goals necessary to the formation of a wider organic society, to allow them to divide labors and apply skills each in his most productive sector, so that the family can live the ideals of the organic society, thereby diffusing them by action, and in short to allow the family and larger community it takes on board to learn the skills needed to be a great national state one day in their own right by their own labors. We have 7, like the notes of the scale, of these in mind. They are meant to build from each other, and to mutually self-support each other. They are based upon building up raw material supplies first, food, fibers and green fuels primarily at the start, then applying labor to these raw materials to create finished products from them, which have an exchange value. The family will bring on the local community into a proper organic community. The organic community will further increase the value produced by multiplying the family's labor into a family of families' labor, and the whole will use this value toward the end of creating their own credit union. Thence the community from there building up the rest of the vectors necessary for the family of families to have the means to replace the prison bars of modernity with organic economic, social and political pillars built from the ground up to serve the people's best ends and which are an extension of their living selves. Having these corporate bodies in place allows for the individual members to have at least some legal immunity from full personal liability, and it allows for them to all act as one legal persons under a variety of guises so that they can do more for all by multiplying their efforts and cooperating rather than uselessly competing with each other. The family will pull in the same direction and will use these basic corporate persons to help make up their mind in which direction to pull, then use their skills and know how to best do it, all the while learning collectively the habits and skills needed to live in the new organic society they are working day by day to create step by step, stone by stone. Small stones piled deep and high a strong wall make. First among these is a land management corporation to mutually manage the family's holdings and to assign various family members their parcel to work, and generally act as the LMC will own the family's holdings in total, but members will posses and use them for the ends of their own families and the whole family of families, such that each reinforces the other and goodwill builds good foundations which result in good outcomes for all. From anyone. From all some. To all their just due. The second set of 2, to function as a local market, farmers' market, and as a local regulatory agency, producers cooperative. This would allow for the family and for the local people to learn that their work and effort is the basis for all economic value, as well as providing them with a means to control the value of their own labors on the market. The market will set the prices of the products produced by its members, who will, largely, also be members of the producers cooperative, which will control quality and help members coordinate labors such that all get the maximum output from the available labor. These two will work together to ensure that those that produce and not stock jabbers and commodity brokers get the value, benefits and overall enjoyment of their labors. Markets will set prices by matching labor and labor, dollar for dollar ideally if the time ever comes for issuing our own currency, but until then they will act again to more generally ensure the value of the labor stays in the local economy to enrich those that produced that value from land by application of their labors, and the regulations were both practical and conducive to productive and just local results when applied in the context of organized group of men seeking to establish organic society one brick at a time. Third, a credit union, which will be capitalized by the labors of the family and the local people. The family will set aside a percentage of all incomes to this end. This credit union organization would allow the family and all the people who worked and helped to build it up in these more rural areas to much more fully capitalize upon the fruits of their own labor. It would allow them to invest in their own future, in the future of their children, and in the future of the community. In effect, it would allow them to be free of the international market and the international bankers. This would be the step at which the family and the community into which they had placed themselves become one in interests and commonality of goals. They will become one having duties and responsibilities one to the other like proper men in an organic whole societal commonality. At all rates they will surely be masters of their own credit, beholden to none but their own labors. This unto itself is the most worthy of the tasks put before us. Break the bonds of interest and the bankers' whim over our people by the people becoming their own bankers and sidestepping the agents of usury and chaos. A credit union is the poor man's bank, his shield against the darts of the banker's lies. A credit union in the context of a tight commonality would allow them to have control and real power over their own jobs, homes, and general well-being. It is the linchpin and engine of the whole organic society's economic ideals, that each productive person creates a dollar every time he makes a dollar's worth of goods and services for use or exchange, and thus our collective labors as a people, our money, and we who produce, who labor, and who create value, are a bank and therefore have no need of any other outside power lending us anything, since we would then merely be abdicating our natural ability to create value from land by using labor upon it. The fourth being a charitable non-profit designed to help others while spreading the message by example, not empty words. The family will show its rhetoric to be true by its actions. It will purposefully set aside a percentage to give as the modern equivalent of alms to the poor and needy from among only those just slightly outside the family circle of businesses and properties, from those that live near and are in need. No preachy nonsense, no lectures about anything, just food, music, perhaps some song and dance, and then some literature at the exit when they leave that they might perhaps wish to read. This will show those outside the circle that you are both artistic, and the idea here is that a group of people work together to form a credit union which will free them from modernity money masters, literate people, and that you can have a fun time, and be at one with them on their own terms. Correct bonding person to person, family to family, is the basis for all good government, as good government is the expression of good character of the people that found the polity as such. Also, as part of a community charity program, the family will set aside money and time to assist local community with many other personal, economic, and other matters by all expedients, from cleaning the old gutters to helping refurbish public buildings. The family will be there doing their part, showing that they mean what they say about being ideally a circle of goodwill, helping those with goodwill. The fifth being a political society with the goal of securing control of both parties at a local level and all non-partisan offices available. The reality is that both parties are corrupt and are anti-national, anti-popular, anti-traditional, and anti-majority. The political society will be dedicated to both exposing the corrupt nature of the two-party system and to ensuring that those loyal to the organic society are the candidates in all local races for both parties every time, all the time, so that the local political machine will function to assist the construction of the organic society by the family and its chosen community as it comes over to join in the efforts, seeing the acts and words of the family as lining up as one. Basically, what truck does organic society have with Republican or Democrat? We reject all modern, liberal theories, all materialist theories, all atheism, and all and every point of any theory that endangers the family as the cornerstone for a stable, lasting, unique, unitary, complete, self-sustaining people, nation and state. We should work on bringing a new narrative about them to the masses, that the two choices are false teams designed to divide. Thus it is high time to stop failing by supporting the GOP or Dems and their policies and start picking off the socially conservative working class Dems. Since the lower and middle classes have no place else to go, they must be loyal to the soil. Thus they are our natural captive base. The way to this is by formulating an actual party program that has something to offer both the red and blue state working and middle classes, while putting it in sharp focus that the elite are treasonous to both its turns. Local control pluralities in both parties will ensure that such a program is brought forward the agency of the enemy's instruments. It will turn his phony elections, which are selections by any other name, into locally ensured organic social advocates being in positions of authority. The idea is that the political society will encourage its members unofficially to join both the right and left local party so as to influence their choice of candidates, ideally toward organic versus organic being every single local race, and those loyal to the organic ideal being a plurality, majority or supermajority in every voting pool, in that order, uniting a plurality to gain a majority and positions in both local wings of the oligarchy's political fronts as a means to a supermajority control of candidates, elections, councils and all local public offices. We must ensure that the masses find truth. Which leads to our next proposal. 6. The media corporation. It is essential to have control of our own message from print to pronouncement. Those who wish to re-establish organic society cannot rely upon the internationalist media. We must control the message and have final say as to all matters editorial, since it is a given that modernity will do all in its power to smear, belittle and otherwise shape the debate to our determined being, as we are a direct threat to the plutocrats and oligarchs who pay the media's way. A media that will report on reality from the view of the families in our circle and from no other view. That will ceaselessly expose the corrupt and rigged nature of the so-called free market, and the liberal democracies that support give it political protection so it can economically rob the masses of the productive working folks, blue and white collar. 7th, an educational fund. The youth's education is the future. It is the reason for the sacrifices of the now. There is no treasure worth more than the mind of the children of our people. It is in their hearts that the future starts. Education is much more than what merely happens in school. It is the values taught in the home, around the hearth and as heritage in the first instance. It is the proper understanding of what it means to be part of the people and the duties and rights that places upon one's being. But it is also proper reading, writing and arithmetic, a good grasp on logic, music and song, as well as the higher more specialized sciences. Education is a moral and an intellectual endeavor that by no means acts toward the common end of helping to bring up citizens who have the skills to be useful to the common good and the moral fiber to wish to be of use to the common good. These and the proper skills necessary to fulfill one's roles in the organic society, with a general layer of what might be called cultural education, things of the nature of dance, song, and music that make the bonds that unite. The organic society should to our mind set aside a stipend to pay for tutors so that no child with the talent, interest and motivation will be left outside of the organic cultural circle. The fact is that education need not be lifeless. If children can associate learning with signing and having fun, within limits of course, then it seems to us that they could be encouraged to want to learn more and perhaps would do better based on the idea that most of us do better at those things we can enjoy, rather than those things we despise. Interest and pride in the work at hand, be it learning or labor, is a factor that we think is very much underappreciated in the modern materialist world of cold hard numbers and lifeless forces. At any rate, if we want our society to continue past the first generation, the youth must be our future. And thus we have a complete set of functions to counter the elite's controls over their lives of ourselves and those we care about, all brought about by our hard labors and concerted efforts. This will enable our little band to have the base from which to establish themselves for further expansion to nearby communities. The model will be always the same but also never quite identical, as no two communities are exactly the same but all have the same basic requirements if they are to be healthy, strong, and well-founded. Also, the more communities on board with the organic society, the larger the pool from which to draw upon as regards efforts, time, resources and all other tangibles. After all of the above material foundation has been established, now the family, who started as unwanted outcasts and has-beens, has a family of families, in a functioning organic local community, who take care of their own economic, banking system, their own social order, and are well on their way to having full political power over their own destiny. The key is the first group of men becoming a hierarchical family capable of organization, who then work, socially, economically, politically, to become real blood family toward the locals in the area of operations they have chosen as their new home. They will be able, after all this work and learning, be able as if by natural instinct apply the ideals here in the actions they take to forward the folk in their daily lives. They will act as an example to spread these ideals to others. They will have taught themselves to be useful to their folk, both teaching and being taught by the folk who are the foundation upon which all this rests. By applying the effort needed to get to this point, they will have learned national-mindedness and unlear and selfish liberal thinking. They will become as if by nature forces, each and every one singularly and collectively for the common good. In so doing they will have won the most important struggle in all of life, the battle for one's one heart and mind. They will have, by sticking with this difficult program during its less than productive phases, learned that the truths which the market and liberalism had taught them are fully and purely lies meant to reduce us to atomized serfs and to break up the family, community and people into warring factions such that they can be ruled more readily. In so winning this new mental spiritual freedom from greed and petty ambitions, these men will have cleared the way for others to follow in their path. They will show that a better, more fulfilling way of life is in fact possible. They will by nature try their utmost to free from the mindless greed and selfish petty ambitions of liberalism all those around them into a better, more noble way of existence which offers purpose to all that are loyal and who do their duty. And clear and prepare they shall. And come to the message and results of this theory they shall. They will act to do almost instinctively what is best for the families, home, hearth and heritage, as if each and every one was in fact his own, as they will have in fact taken and been taken by these people into their hearts. The common good will have become their own highest duty to maintain. They each and every one will take pride in doing their duty as they are able, with loyalty and steadfast courage in the face of all obstacles. From this service will come their sense of honor. And thus these folks who will be able to answer with conviction the questions posed at the top of this work about nations. Who? A family makes a nation. Their family in this community as the foundation, each and every one, of a potentially great nation. What? A nation is a family of families. These families together are the material for a nation. How? By acting like a proper family. Us together, the new and old family members acting as one, that is a nation. Why? Because we all have a family and we all need others to live a proper life. Family builds upon family until there is a nation. Where and when? Here and now. Starting yesterday and continuing into forever. See Appendix C for more questions and answers about organic society. The immediate natural result of all this is that most of these men will find women and have children. Raise them to have respect for the values that allowed all this to happen and attempt to keep the circle of life growing outward. For this to work in the real world, however, it will require the family to understand that they are not the master of the community, but its servant. That they, as the enlightened ones who are bringing the impetus for change, are the servants of the masses and their brothers. They come from and will return to the popular family, that is the community. The family is the servant of the whole community, trying its very best to take on all as brothers, sisters, cousins, aunts, uncles, mothers and fathers, to become real family to them by action and deep commitment to the principles outlines in the organic theory of society. Thus from a family to an organic society with proper economic, social and political relations. The light shines in the dark and the dark comprehends it not. Appendices. Appendix A. Modern myths to use as model materials for spreading organic ideals and gauging discontent with modernist conditions among the folk in near contact with those who adhere to organic society. Appendix B. Some thoughts on government in an organic society, and outline of a possible future government in the context of an organic society. Appendix C. Questions every person who supports the organic society should know. A question and answer to be used as a means to spread the ideas contained herein to those not yet acquainted with the theory. Appendix A. Modern myths to use as model materials. 1. The people who ruined themselves. 2. Manly virtue or the golden calf. 3. A bit of a story. 4. Ice and snow. Reality comes to visit. 5. Where will they go? 6. National-mindedness or self-centeredness. 7. The country of Coconut Island. 8. A little secret. 9. There is no nation based upon liberalism's false ideas. The idea is that if we do not have media power we can still communicate, and frankly if the Soviet citizens could pass around underground stories, books and ideas, then so can our folk. The only thing stopping us from creating a new counter-narrative to oppose the political correctness worldview is lack of effort, creativity and sustained determination. This must change, such that we become the trusted tale-tellers whom the common folk come to for real truthful answers. We must by expressing our concern for the common cast earn their trust and loyalty. Stories such as these are one way to measure and shape that concern. 1. The people who ruined themselves on purpose, a tale of usury, stupidity and greed. Once in a faraway land, there were a people who yearly brought the entire value of their national worth to the great idol of the golden calf. The entire population from the largest to the smallest, from richest to poorest, brought every single penny they had and laid it before the feet of the calf. There it was counted by the calf's usurious money-lending priests, who would add up the entire national worth and then lend this amount back to the people with interest added such that the amount owed was always more than the amount of worth in circulation. Because the amount of the interest was not covered by real-world goods and services, a mathematically certain proportion of people had to lose something, many everything, so that all of the people could repay the loan partially, such that every year another loan had to be made, to cover the lacking portion from the year before, thus keeping the bankruptcy, poverty cycle going, every year, year on year, without ending. And thus this people, by their loyal subservience to the usurious priests of the golden calf, year after year brought bankruptcy, poverty, scarcity, homelessness and despair upon a mathematically certain number of their people, young and old, sick and healthy, and ensured that as a whole they would be in debt to the calf. And this was called freedom. In a not very long time a very large number of these people had nothing to bring to the calf. These dispossessed and impoverished citizens had no more illusions about the calf and saw to it for the rapacious fraud that it in fact was. But the priests of the calf foresaw this problem and used a small amount of the ill-gotten loot to divide these impoverished people and play them off against each other. And for a long while this worked, though over time the people started to see through these divide-and-rule games, and thus threatened the usurer's power over them. Alarmed by the thought of losing their lucrative annual trade, the priests of the calf encouraged the plurality who still had worth to pillage, to believe that the majority of the people were becoming poorer not because of the usury of the priests, but because of the laziness and uselessness of the impoverished masses themselves. And so these remaining few debtors with goods to pillage denounced and rounded on the masses, acting as the overseers and administrators, working night and day to keep them in line for the calf, as the priests of the calf consumed every last bit of their substance and made them one with the masses in poverty, bankruptcy and despair. Many of these dupes ended their days as Judas ended his, dangling from a rope, cursing the day they saw the 30 pennies of the usurious priests of the calf. And finally the day came when none of the people had enough to pay off any of their loans, and the usurious priests owned everything. And on that day they all of them defaulted and became serfs, bound to a never-ending debt which could never be repaid, and perpetually laboring for the benefit of another group's best interests. forever laboring to profit another in the lands they once ruled. It was sad, and it should be a lesson to others. The lesson is that any people who allows usurers to control their money, goods, commerce, and credit will end up like the people above, bankrupted, impoverished, disenfranchised, dispossessed, enfeebled, overthrown, and serfs in the land which they once ruled. Ask any person in the Western world, for we all live under such a usurious system which is slowly turning us all into serfs, as it grinds us all down into poverty. 2. Manly virtue, or the golden calf, and leaven raises the whole loaf. There was once a land of manly virtues. It was populated by free men, who worked their freeholdings with good cheer. They were a proud and noble people, each keenly aware of his place in the community of the whole, and each respected in proportion to his fulfillment of those duties he found himself owing to the whole. They were on the average not rich, even their upper class, to use our barbarous terms, were not opulent, but lived a life tempered by frugality, a life honestly toiling at their labors, a life differing in status but not kind from the rest. They were in effect an example to their kind, an aristocracy of merit, chosen to lead at those things they both are inclined to do and do better than others, not merely taken at random from among any living bodies that pay for power. Display and pomp was alien to their way and mores. It caused them to feel disgust rather than awe for those that engaged in such empty mockery of authority and power, both being based upon respect for duty well done. In these people's estimation, dignity and honor were earned by good work in the common cause. Their leaders were promoted based upon their potential merit to bring about good results for the folk, and demoted for failure or malfeasance of duty to do the same. Their state operated upon two principles: the will of the people shall be done, and the highest law is the well-being of the people. The minimum duties for all male heads of households were paying a tax and serving as part of the call-up force, and to point a fine point on it, producing more citizens to carry on the kind. These duties increased as one's social status, power and wealth increased, and they were not free choices. More wealth and more power meant more obligation as well as more social status for service well done. The only ambition seemingly at play among them was to be thought of the best use to their family, their kin, and the rest of their kind in that order, and this animated them with a high regard for duty done well. They struggled mightily for high regard from their kin and kind, attempting to outdo each other in deeds of all sorts that were of use to their families, clans, and eventually to the nation as a whole. In this struggle they were wise enough to keep sight of the fact that many men together can do what no one man alone can. This was a just, chaste, and honest people. Justice and not legality was the letter put upon their hearts and actions. Lawyers and their way of lying at the bar was utterly unknown among them, and would not have been allowed. First, lying for a living to protect the guilty from their punishment would not be acceptable, and second, no person was allowed to take payment to help another plead at law. Thus they keep dishonesty and the corruptible power of money out of their legal system, and they saved themselves the expense of a kvetching class of malcontents constantly plotting to use the law against them as a weapon, as well as having no professional judges to maintain at public expense or public prosecutors. Their courts were simple and resembled our manorial courts of old. The older men of station acted as judges, the other adult male citizens the jury, and each man presented his case. A law was either broken or not, and if so, then the penalty was paid in either kind or labor, or if it was a capital offense, either a hanging or a burning, depending upon the crime. Against persons and property it was hanging, against the state and common good burning was used. Flight from judgment was meet with hanging for uncapital offences, and burning for capital offences. No appeals. No nonsense. Very simple and direct system. Few laws made for the easy application of justice. Again very direct, very conducive to honest justice sans legalism, and was very hard to abuse by the deceptive, as the matters at hand were generally known to all involved. That is unlike our progressive system. Theirs was almost impossible to use to foul means. This system worked as much of their society functioned because the manly people held their word to be a bond and held their head upright and said the truth with words. This people held that keeping to your father's way was the tried and true way to ensure order, stability and justice to the whole of the land. And the way of these people was to organize around patriarchal families that organized into clans, that were organized into villages, that further organized into regions, and then the whole nation. The father was the head of household, provider, and in effect was a mini-monarch in his own personal realm. The mother, the keeper of the hearth, and therefore of the folk's greater tomorrow. The children brought up as the growing potential of that tomorrow, which all worked to see come to fruition. These freeholder households were more or less generally held by all adult male citizens, who were more or less universally married and had several children to carry on their patrimony. They varied in size from here to there but were generally large enough that a family of 5 to 10 and sometimes more. On these homesteads, those veritable mini-monarchies, most everything needed for life was made by the freeholders and their families, though there was a limited but necessary amount of factories for building those things more economically built on scale for domestic sale. Generally, though, what could not be made was traded for at local and regional fairs which were strikingly similar to our farmers' markets. It should be pointed out that since they made their own food, clothes and had an unabridged right to housing, they were even in monetary poverty quite rich in all the things needed to live and produce more of themselves. This is no small feat, my dear readers. The children numerous and disciplined by labor and taught young the rudiments of the fighting arts, and the basics of letters, reading and numbers, by their father and mother, with the father bearing social responsibility for them, being reared by the mother, being day-to-day in practical charge of that grave responsibility. It seems that they were accustomed to send their children to what are almost equal to our old dame schools, where the few older spinsters and widows taught the children more advanced subjects, and the other mothers and older children who were more bright acted as teacher aides, so that rather than divided age groups the children were more placed by ability. They seem to have had a more or less universal curriculum, and since there was almost no bureaucracy or administrative costs, it can be said that they were rather well educated at very little public expense for this almost universal basic education. Also, it should be noted that rather than break up the family and community as regimented systems do, theirs tended to reinforce said bonds of affection among the community members. They found their joy in music, literature, poetry and other simple beauties of life. They sought to outdo each the other in these life-affirming arts, and found greater joy in a lovely song than most merchants of our land do in their golden trinkets, shiny and dead. They differed from ours and most other societies in that they strove to ensure that all that put in an honest day's labor were compensated with an honest living beholden to only their duties and the law. Early they learned to make money and exchanges done between them, as well as technological advances made by them the servant of the folk rather than let it master them as others have to their doom. Trade was not allowed by them to change their ways, but only allowed in so much as it helped strengthen their ways and mores. The market they made secondary to the men that give that market substance, following something very similar to our ancient and nearly forgotten just price theory. That is, that there is a just price for all goods and services such that both parties live a decent life and both are fairly remunerated in the exchange. Among them nothing like speculation was known. Items are bought for use or stored until needed, or even perhaps traded for other goods or services. They are not bought with the idea of hoarding them until they are worth more later, as they were to these people worth the same eternally. Any attempts to change the customary prices resulted at best prosecutions, at worst in riots and the death of the dife and jabber. All of this was very similar to our now almost forgotten guilds. They mastered money by outlawing private lending, all usury, and by public control of both the volume and worth of the money supply in a scheme rather similar to the idea called social credit, the idea being to line up the purchasing power of the citizens with the value of the goods they have to offer. Division of labor seems to have been minimal among them, being limited to the very least amount needed to keep them apace of new technology such that it could ensure they were able to feed, clothe, house and defend themselves well enough that any invasion of their lands would be worth fighting the entire male population house to house to house, street to street, village to village. These people had the inner strength, as well as the technological ability to destroy their own goods rather than see them stole, and their motto once fighting started was, "No treaty or truce with any occupier of our lands, nothing for the invader." Consequently they almost never suffered invasion. And when they did, the invaders paid dear, and the people, though they suffered material privation, survived as a free sovereign folk. Thus we have manly virtue. At the top a golden calf was indicated, and now we shall turn our mind's eye upon this lot. The land of the golden calf was separate by a sea from the land of golden virtue. It was a far, almost opposite land. In this land, gold, and not the folk, was paramount. There was a trio of gods, among them the calf, or as it was known among the vulgar, the market, Mammon, who is also known as greed, and Moloch, who personifies his selfishness to the point of being willing to sacrifice the youth to the wants and comforts of the old. These resided in the sacred precinct of the gods known as the Avenue. The market controlled all prices, production, commercial transactions, and had a monopoly upon the issuance of credit. If any in the land would buy or sell, or live, they had to come and pay tribute, that is, tax, to the great trio of calf, greed and selfishness, and to truly proper in this land they had to live and exemplify the morals of their idols. There are really two peoples in this land. One, who are numerically very insignificant, that is favored by the calf and has all the money, wealth, controls the political offices, courts, police and prisons. And the other that works to pay the tribute to the calf and who labor away and are given the crumbs of the system. The one use the calf the power it gives them to ensure, the other is keep low and servile. The one is not the other, and the other is excluded from the one. The poor is equal, but the rich is double plus more equal. Poverty bad, affluence good. Wealth however gotten will gain you the favor the calf and gain another entry into the one. Wealth lost equates a one to the other. However, the one is always trying to ensure that none of the other join the one by taxing them and putting them to fighting each other for crumbs like dogs, as they pick their pockets for the pennies yet remaining to the others. Thus in this land we find slavery, debt bondage, nepotism, favoritism, and all the selfish, underhanded, vile behavior that would be expected of a social order that encouraged men to act like robbers, bandits and thieves in all but name, under the guise of freedom, liberty, and happiness. The myth was that all are equal before the golden calf. The reality was that the select few have all the freedom, liberty and happiness they could seek. They use it in to bask in the light of the golden calf with Moloch and Mammon as their comforters. This trio then orders the laws such that the few have legal power with which to force the others to work under threat of police, poverty and prisons to pay the price tag for the few's lavish lifestyles. The myth was that all are equal, but in reality to not have wealth was to not matter by holy edict of the market. Those that cannot pay were put into slavery until they were of no use, and then they were exiled to parts unknown or just cast into the sea as the market dictated. Men were reduced to material goods. There were debt bondage emporium in each town where such wretches were sold like so much cattle and with just as much fuss. Men were merely commodities to be sold before the calf like any other at profit. To the calf's society is but a shorthand for human resource pool. Thus they do not find it odd, nor immoral, that people should be used, tossed out and then disposed of, just as the calf, Mammon and Moloch demand of them. These people were always unhappy with what they had and needed more and more and more infinitely. Their entire economy and way of life depended upon always having more. For some, for a lot of other it meant always having either the same or less. These people in their restless greed found the land of manly virtue and proceeded to attempt an invasion, as their army was made of servile and weak manlings, whose only motivation was greed. They faced the manly people who loved both their land and themselves more than any amount of money. The Calfa were crushed at each attempt, and though they breed like rats in their slave pens, they were put to great task by this setback in the growth of their domain, as the calf had determined that its lands were empty and that growth would stop if the manly lands were not had. They came almost to a panic, to a fever pitch. And then, they set upon a design. A nefarious plot. An inversion of common sense so bold it might just succeed where force had failed. They saw that the manly people must see them as and inverted that to their advantage. They called together all the youth of their nation that could pass for fair, and that could lie best and with most convincing demeanor. These they sent as refugees from the market, and they were to say that they came in peace and only desired to live freely in a small parcel of land. It was believed that the manly people would believe this, as who among them would not try to escape such a land as ours? And this lie was believed, and the fifth column taken in and allowed to slowly do its work. First, the natural attractions between sexes wrought unions among them of man and wife, and this allowed for some of the citizens of manly virtue to be raised by golden calvers, and thus to slowly over time morph the one society into the other like a pathogen replicating itself by mutating its host, until out of what was once fair there came forth only foul, for any good that occurred among any in the land of the golden calf was more than offset by a degradation and marginalization of manners among the formerly virtuous people. This continued until one was the other and the other was the one, and there was only the market left feasting freely upon the ruins of this once great folk and people, and thus the leaven. By this means the manly folk was subjected to those that never in a million eons would have been able to subdue them by force. Thus was destroyed their way of life, and thus was an end put to their being, as they were mixed away before the golden calf's market as Mammon and Moloch cackled in delight. 3. A bit of a story. There were once 2 ships, the old sailing kind with tall wide sails and miles of ropes to be manned. One was manned by a crew that understood the same language, had similar values, and in time of distress had a strong cultural core to fall back upon as a kernel of hope. This crew understood each other, and even though each was not thrilled to be on a ship, they all thought it best if at least most of them were to survive to get back to land. In fine, they cared about each other beyond mere utility or personal gain. The other was manned by one of each kind. Each had his own language and values. They had nothing in common but an agreement to sail for mutual advantage, but only so long as the good winds held. Mind you, this motley crew had no deep understanding or regard for each other. They viewed each other a merely means to ends, to personal selfish ends. In short, these could not have cared less about each other if they'd tried. Well, in time they both ran into hard wind, running the shoehorn of modernity. The one banded together almost if by instinct, mained the decks and sails and pulled through as a cohesive unit, because when the tide was high and the dark deep they did not cave in and give over the fear. Each thought of his duties to the others, and this pulled the whole lot through the tough times. They also realized that some routes are best left untravelled by the wise. The other ship nearly foundered as the Babylonian crew debated about what to do, in everything from Manchu to Hindu to Zulu. And when they finally did find common ground and resolved to act, they lacked any passion about it, each rationalizing the odds such that all the others were just cogs to be tossed over in the fight. Thus each slight worsening of the conditions made them all the more ready to abandon all the others to save only themselves. And it came to pass that when the water was at its worst, this bunch lost their nerve, deserted their posts officers first, each seeking like raped apes to break and run. The wheel and sails left to tide and wind. Their ship went down as they scampered about like rats, learning too late that out in the deep sea there is no place to run to and no place to hide. You either pull through or you go under. Moral of the story: the nation is a ship of sorts floating upon the waves of reality. We either do our duties or the nation goes down. The "I do what I want" mentality is in effect a national mutiny against the national survival. It undercuts the discipline, sense of identity, and shared community necessary to survive the tough times. And tough times must surely come again, as they have come before, time out of mind. 4. Ice and snow. Reality comes to visit. We begin this tale in a remote village located in the heart of Europe during the Ice Age. It is fiercely cold. Organization is needed for survival. There are many small bands of people scattered, separated by glaciers and ice shelves. One of these bands, one winter, discovered a drug called egalitarianism. They took it in excessive amounts. Full ideological systems were generated to justify the effects of this tragic intoxication. And intoxicated they got. Now this band of people had formerly had hierarchy, and the men were in full control of their families within this hierarchy. The women tended the home. The children were firmly under the control of both and broken to civilization. But under the effects of egalitarianism, the absurdity of absolute political equal was born. Where before egalitarianism all things had been decided by councils of men of over a certain age that had performed their duties to society alone, it was now found that all from first voice to last cackle had to have a voice in matters large and small. Enter lesbians, sodomy, pedophilia and bestiality. Then comes the belief that nature ought to just give them all for nothing. Then passes 1, 2, perhaps 3 generations at most, they all died. Normal people then moved into their lands, set up patriarchal hierarchy, organized, and survived based on the family units converging into villages that acted as larger units when the need arose. These people were told about the former peoples from a lone survivor and found them to be utterly mad. Since everyone knows that acceptance of natural inequality and steadfast adherence to natural divisions of labor is what ensures the survival of the kind. There is a lesson here someplace. Looks about himself. 5. Where will they go? Once a normal monocultural monoethnic patriarchal society lost its mind. Slowly in stages, this society went over to matriarchy, egalitarianism and what they called behavism. They thereupon threw the vast majority of the men out of first the home and family, then the jobs, and then urban society altogether. The motto was "Come so the be thus we." This resulted in an urban society based on rewarding the bees, which society was just barely able to function, ironically because of the few men the women refused to make leave. These new drowns and sperm donors labored even harder to maintain civilization than before society had lost its mind, since each had more of a workload and more demands placed upon his limited time. Their lot was to labor, be laughed at, and when they were of no more use to the hive to be left out exposed like a leftover lump of dung. Ends really badly, as some things are not options, folks. Going to the rural areas was simply not a mental option for the queens or drones, as they has written that off long before, thinking their little concrete box was the universe. Meanwhile the normal men, rather than rolling up and dying off as the queen bees of political correctness had intended, instead banded together, trekked back into the rural towns and villages, made do, pooled their resources and rebuilt in the rural lands by way of hard work and making what they needed from what they could have, as men have done for millennium. They simply pooled capital and labors to produce wealth from raw materials. These normals by the normal human interactions attracted the non-lesbian reality-starved mother housewife were the elements from the insane pseudo-society. And so these normal folks were able to form a community which was able to survive and thrive, based on the natural division of male and female labors to ensure maximal offspring survived birth to be rid. In short, these normals simply formed a society outside of the urban society. They went to the rural sewers, and there simple lived while they avoided contact with and did not openly strive with the urban fantasy-based society. They simply lived, bred, and had built solid communities in the areas the urban society had already forgotten about or did not concern itself with, and let time do its magic upon the fantasy-based beehive project. While the pseudo-society ate its own guts in the urban areas, the growth of normal communities based on the mass of tossed men went on in the rural areas, very little noticed by the urbanites. There the many communities of outcasts, here and there laid to ground, and quietly lived their lives like normal people. There in the bosom of nature and its supply of raw materials that the rural areas provided, they produced food and clothing and generally produced those things they needed. And as by magic the one society based on reality grew stronger, while the other based on fantasy declined. The one with a foundation in rural nature and its supply of raw materials, that one grew strong. There in the rural lands these outcasts of the queen woe-child urban pseudo-society bred like rabbits, counting their children more dear to them than any of the trinkets the urban people so favored over all other things. and thus outlasted and wore down the urban society that hated them and their ways. From this rural vantage point, from there, they watched as urban society devoured itself, from the inside. And from there, based on their own hard work, they outlived the unstable pseudo-society that had cast them out, and moved into the rubble to rebuild. Feminism must be smashed first, then egalitarianism, diversity, tolerance, mass immigration, then all the rest of the rotten lot that is political correctness and modernity. Thus restoring sanity and order to our homes, lands, identity, and lives. Do not be a drone, be normal. 6. National-mindedness or self-centeredness, all the difference between a nation and a country club. We in the West are being swamped by third world mass immigration of barbarian hordes. The unique character of our people is being mixed away in some insane scheme to bring human equality, when in fact no such humanity exists. Humanity as the third world and political correctness folks gang raping the West to death in the name of tolerance, equality and diversity. Humanity, as in all people everywhere being equally dear to anyone, is pure fantasy. It is a purposeful build lie that supports other lies built to support the nonsense that is modern, scientific egalitarianism. That is, the ongoing Western-assisted suicide death pact with the alien, foreign, violent, dangerous barbarians, we are told, enrich us. This whole utterly senseless phenomena is driven by an alliance of the party bigs on both the right and left. The right gets cheap labor with which to run the American citizen down to third world status ideally, and the left gets its vaunted diversity with which to destroy our unique identity and make us and the rest of the world into equally dull, lifeless political correctness bots. One gets our pennies and the other is taking our past, present and posterity. That is the long and the short of it. Those opposed to mass immigration, legal, illegal or otherwise, since it is being replaced like so many parts in a machine that we object to, not lawyers' quibbles, must go beyond the two false parties and their nonsense platforms. They must learn not to see it as left and right. Those are just mind games the system plays to divide Imperium, but merely national-minded and self-centered. That is, loyal folks and treason goats. They must form many decentralized and obscure clubs, organizations, associations, act of true majority Americans only, exclude people without regard to lawyer games, who want to live with other majority Americans, do business with them, keep their majority over their nation, and concentrate numbers in areas to maximize political control by those who live this way of life. If the political correctness lawyers sue, give them mash. If they win your real property, hide all that can be hidden and turn over nothing willingly to them. Basically you defy them. Since the lawyer is stealing from you using the color of law, there is no moral obligation to give way to the pretensions of a dife. The self-centered oppose the political correctness regime only because it does not put Judas pennies in their own personal pockets. They are opportunists breed under the amoral political correctness regime, fully for sale and not to be trusted under any circumstance. Our political, industrial and spiritual leaders sadly mostly fall into this camp of less than men. They will go over to the bigs if offered the 20 pennies. Contrasted to this are the real American citizens, us flyover people. We are a nation, not a business, not a place to be happy, not anything else. Our land, our identity, our lives are in a very real sense one. We are not all identical, but the sum of our persons makes the patch quilt that is America, and sans us there is only the land mass called North America, because our nation animated, created and sustained the country called America. We are its soul, and without us the corpse must die in short order. We see ourselves as families, communities, circles of friends and neighbors banding together to help and provide for one another. We are a people, living and with a destiny and history, and we do not assent to our lands, identity and pride in our achievements being taken from us by anyone whatsoever. This land is our land. It is filled with our people. We are not for sale. We are not a club you join by paying a fee in DC. The national-minded folks are exactly, squarely and openly where I plant my flag and will make my stand. The rest can go to the devil their father. and be away from me and mine. Since they are the only faction that supports what I believe, it follows that they are the only faction that I support in return. National-mindedness is the way to nationalism proper. 7. The country of Coconut Island. Once there was an island nation, Coconut Island. On Coconut Island there were 100 citizens, 100 acres of land, 100 coconut trees, and 100 wells worth of housing, clothing, food and water. One citizen requires about 1/2 a share of each to live at all. It was a virgin and empty land. But then the first citizen sprang from the very earth, and claimed 32 of all of the acres, coconuts and wells. The next few arrived and claimed some more, until the 10th when 80 of all the acres, trees and wells were claimed. Then came the next 70 citizens who shared 20 acres, trees and wells between them. These last few found that they lacked the water and coconuts needed to eat and be hydrated, so they were pressed into service by the 10 at the top, who paid them about 15 coconut trees worth of food and about the same of water, so that they had just enough to keep on working the land of the 10, and particularly the first who again had about 1/3 of the acres, trees and water to himself. Now to compound all this, 20 more citizens arrived and having no share of the land, trees, or water, sold themselves for 10 coconut trees and wells worth of resources, which only ensured that the 70 above them had even less coconuts, water and resources, save their 20 in wealth and now 15 in wages, while those 10 at the top could skim a bit more since the bottom 20 had no leverage upon which to bargain, lacking any land that was their own and needing to beg even this from some portion of the 80% of citizens above them, such that if they do not work on the terms presented they do not eat, are not housed, and don't even have access to water. So to recap, we have 100 acres of land, 100 coconut trees, 100 wells, and 100 citizens total that are distributed such that one citizen has 32 acres, trees and wells. The next 9 have 48 acres, trees and wells between them. Then there are a further 70 that have about 20 to share, and who must therefore labor for the other 15 to just survive. And finally, the last 20 citizens that have no rightful shares in any trees, water or resources at all, and who must labor for the entire 10 required for bare subsistence, and who therefore put downward pressure on the wages of the next 70 and their own ranks. Therefore the top 10% have about 80 minus 25 equals 55, or about 5.5 apiece, while the bottom 90% have 45 divided by 90, or on average about 5 of a share, with the poorest 20% also being at minimum intake levels and living exposed to the elements more often than not. Thus the poorest have about 11 times less what the richest have, even though they are 9 times their number. And this is said by all, the top 10, to be the way heaven itself favors things, and at any rate it is only the result of inevitable natural forces, so all is well for them. That is the material. The mentality is that if the top 10 need or want a thing, that is good, just, right, and should be made to come about. But if the bottom 90, and particularly the lowest bottom 20 want a single thing, that is entitlement, and in fact a sign of them having life entirely too easy, or that they have the wrong ideas. Those lazy people that live outdoors, they get their share needed to live, thinking is not their lot. What else could they ever hope to have? The nerve to ask for more? Why, it defies my best interests. Dirty bottom 90% of parasites. How do we bring more to drive their wages down even more and to dilute their unity? Don't they know what they owe us up at 10? Don't they know that we create wealth by hoarding it among ourselves and paying them sustenance-level wages, to which assertions of monetary sway the cowed and ignorant bottom 90 just sort of bleat, as you wish, and try even harder to live on less and die off to make room for the greater greed, as they have been told since birth that when they make less everybody has more, and this is considered normal and good. There are those that will say such a place cannot exist and surely does not exist. However, this island exists. Oh, but it does. It is called America. The good old USA. We have basically the same wealth and income distribution in the imperial homeland as described above, and the media and elite have the same attitude toward the lower classes. If the numbers were put on Coconut Island, one citizen would have 35% of everything. The next 9 would have 38.5%. Top 10 equals 73.5% of total wealth. Then the next 50 have 26.5%, and finally we have the now bottom 40 rather than 20 who have nothing at all. So the top have gained, the next 9 lost a bit, and we have 50 rather than 70 for the next class who gained a bit, but still just above the 5 necessity level, you will notice. And then a doubly large underclass of 40 citizens. So America is actually worse off than the plutocratic Coconut Island I sought to make, when the numbers are lined up side by side. Verily, I actually tried to make Coconut Island as not first world-like as possible, but America still had double the poor and not very many less, just making it citizens. And if that is okay to you, then you are coconuts. 8. A little secret: the majority people of the United States of America made the United States of America. We the living majority people are America. Blood draws to blood. America is US and we are it. All else is political correctness, liberal commie fantasy. Diversity, tolerance, equality are all just commie buzzwords that describe no real-world items or events. Stated plain, diversity is not a strength. Diversity is not our equal at building up a great nation in any way whatsoever. People build places, places do not build people. This being so, tolerating diversity is irrational because diversity brings poverty, squalor, and crime everywhere in the West it resides. This is the truthful, cold, stark reality of the matter. It cannot be undone by social programs or education or any other human effort, as it is part of hardwired biological fact. The fools can lie to themselves, but some kinds are not equal to others, building and maintaining a first world civilization. It matters who we import. First world people build first world nations. Barbarians build nothing worthy of being called a nation. Accordingly, if political correctness through mass immigration replaces the majority first world American with barbarians and makes them a minority among alien and competing hordes of barbarian minorities, it will keep the shell, the forms of America, but all of its life, substance, vitality, and greatness will be gone. What one will in fact have is Detroit, Camden or Gary, Indiana writ large, and frankly an example of a once great people going mad and building up their own funeral pyre. Diversity is the death of the first world. Tolerance is timidity. Mass immigration is an ongoing gang rape of our people, and multiculture is no culture at all. Thus, America will be, for example, Somalia if enough of those primitive backward persons are imported into the Midwestern heartland. It will cease to be a productive breadbasket and become a fully dysfunctional basket case. There is no doubt about this. Rhodesia, Zimbabwe, anyone. Reason: because, unequivocally, the people build the place in their own image. Therefore, Somalians will rebuild Somalia, not Sweden. Simple, really. No equality about it. Who is the paramount question of history? Any rational person must see that the obvious and foreseeable result of importing third world barbarians will be third world feuds, violence, savagery and overall barbarism here. Not richer America, but a degenerate backwards third world state, here in what once was the former USA. If one conceptualizes Northern Ireland or, say, the 40 Years' Wars, you are onto the truth of what this curse will be like. This is a slated future if the political correctness, diversity, mass immigration, tolerance lot get their way. If, now, unless you fancy the idea of being overran by a horde of barbarians and giving up the land our fathers built, you must get your mind right and leave the colorblind plantation that keeps you tied to political correctness. You must reject the false and embrace the true. Say the following: we reject the false notion that humans are mere economic beings. We affirm that natural human societies form from families and thus build upon the duties and rights of the members of those families, or put differently, society exists so that families can produce living offspring that will be society in the future. We reject the liberal political correctness anarchist, communist ideal of individuals with no loyalty, duty, and no higher morality than mere pleasure or material gain. We affirm that man finds his highest expression when he does his duty to those he owes loyalty to and when those in return do their duty to him. Duty and loyalty are the basis for all rights, not happiness, not material gain. We affirm that we have a unique identity based upon our majority ruling this land and that we value this identity, majority and land. We therefore reject the idea that we are just one among many that should share this land, or that we have no right to our land and our majority. Having affirmed the above, we must unite behind our identity, our majority and our history. We must unite behind our rightful majority. We must reject becoming a purposeful minority in our own lands. We must rally behind our identity proudly. We must unite around those things we love. We must loudly proclaim that we object to our families, homes, communities being trampled, downgraded, and destroyed by barbarian outlander. We must and we shall unite around our hearths, heritage, history. We shall unite around our people and our unique identity. We shall unite behind our hearths, our homes, our heritage, our history, our homeland. We shall unite as one nation. We shall unite. We shall unite. Say it. We shall unite. We shall stop political correctness from displacing us. We shall stop political correctness from destroying our identity. We shall put an end to its aiming to subvert and harm us while degrading us in our own homelands. We shall put an end to its attempts to divide and destroy the family, confuse the genders, as well as stop its attempts to poison our youth's minds by means of indoctrination, fronting as education. We shall stop cold its attempts to break down our people morally, spiritually, ethically, and destroy their false system of thought, replacing it with a morally sound ethic that is in line with our values, and that serves our ends. We shall unite as one strong whole majority and push aside their false, two-party, binary, as we can surely do better. We shall do this, us united as one majority. We affirm our minimum demands to be one people in one land under one law with one way of life living by the lights of one culture. Unitary, strong, whole, one, united as one nation. 9. There is no nation based upon liberalism's false ideas. There is no nation that is not rooted in a particular people, land and way of life. Truth follows. A proper nation has a people as its center. This people give the nation its outlook, its values. If you remove or replace them, you kill the nation and the state dies with them, just as removing the soul and heart of a body will kill it. Cultures are the souls of peoples, peoples are the hearts of nations, nations are the blood of states. People, nation, state, they are one, not interchangeable parts, not pick and mixes, one, unitary, whole. Nations are people who have become political self-aware to form a state ruling themselves as themselves by and for themselves. They are sovereign, one, complete, and whole. They have a common destiny, a homeland, and value their being, their people, their ways and customs above mere incomes, business, happiness, or even life. They see no sacrifice personal collective too great to preserve the nation which defends the people who keep their souls and hearts healthy. Nations, proper nations centered on a particular people and land, see duty, service, and loyalty to the people, not silly principles, trade values or trinkets but their own particular unique people as the highest good. They are exclusive, aware of who is inside and outside the benefits and rewards of their labors. They know that their land is their home, and that their home is theirs alone. They know who is and who is not part of their people and what is not to be allowed in their nation. And most importantly, they are beholden to none outside their own ranks regarding these choices made among themselves. They reject any outside authority as usurpers. They know their people are one, right, and that justice is on their side. And this sustains them through the hard times, and give them the will to continue on to see the light of victory over their enemies time and time again as history has shown. To be part of the people, you are born into a people, live inside of and participate in its culture, die inside its norms, and you teach your heirs carry on in the same way as your fathers' first fathers. It is these deep roots going back into prehistory that allow a people to sustain strong national trunk which allows that nation uphold the canopy of the state. A national state is one like a tree is one. In short, a nation has a center, a people, one, whole, unitary, indivisible, not a club, but a living being that grows from the loins and wombs of its particular mothers and fathers, and so long as this center holds and is valued above all other things whatsoever, the national will is sound, the culture strong, and the state rightly aligned with that people and nation. Anything else is political correctness, leftist subversion, and the prelude to extinction of the people, the nation, and the replacement of both with the cookie-cut countries, political correctness and visions for the Western peoples. These false and artificially contrived lawyer-contrived countries based on universal cosmopolitan ideas, and the silly idea that everyone fighting will produce better order are merely groups of persons having no center, no head, no heart, and only a rotting and putrid body which all fight all for among the rubble of once great nations. Countries are chaotic cat houses with a golden calf in one corner and an altar to Moloch and Mammon in the other. They are mere trading posts, whorehouses. They cannot be sovereign as they have no head, no heart, and thus fall subject to the international order. They value trade, money, greed, and personal happiness above the commonality, and in fact countries are made by destroying the commonality of a proper organic nation. They lack a people, are not a nation, have no center, and thus are just artificial creations that all crumble into the fantasy that a people can be made solely based upon greed, self-interests, and personal aggrandizement. All such pathetic fabrications soon, not more than a few hundred years, die in nature, having no strong basis in history or roots in affections of their citizens, being merely opportunities, not duties, wealth, not welfare, selfish, not common, having no strong center. When it faces difficulties at the perimeter, it merely implodes into nothing. A strong state is a nation with a people at its center. All other polities are transient beings soon to die. Nations endure, countries are history. If we reject mass immigration, the people remain and the nation endures. If not, the country will overwhelm the people, mix us into a Babylonian sewer, and once the economy goes belly up, there will be nothing here to remain of the people, the American people, that real Americans born into the nation, not the paper citizens that have no loyalty or feeling of regard for the nation or people whatsoever, seeing us as a business venture to gain from, not a living organism of which they are a part. I want my nation back. The idea is surely established. Find an issue that appeals to your target demographic and hammer upon it 1,000 different ways until this issue is the issue. Appendix B. Some thoughts on government in an organic society. The ideal government is not fixed based upon rigid rules or laws, there being no such fixed points in natural reality, but is instead based upon the character of the people at hand. Each is unique, and thus they erect a unique society, economy, and then polity that reflects their whole and integral personage as one national state. Our sense is that in the Anglosphere and perhaps much of Western Europe, that something like the Swiss Landesser, Icelandic Thang, or even New England town hall system is not unnatural to the people's temperaments, nor unwieldy to their main need, which is to ensure strong, stable families so as to ensure control over territory in which to raise the children of those families into the culture, history, and general common existence of the people. In any event, no matter what the mechanics of power in the social order, there will be hierarchy because men are not functionally equal. In the ideal state, the society is tuned such that honor and service are one, united in the common mind, such that station and rank imply duty to the commonality in the same manner that a father has duties to his wife and children. So does each and every one have duties to the people in proportion to his ability to perform service. The ideal is that the working class are the base of the organic society. They are the solid foundations, and their integral strength is what holds up the rest of the construction. This must be respected, and at times action taken to repair and reinforce this base. From this starting point, those with a bit more ability go up a step, but while they do in fact have more rewards, which is just, they also have more loyalty and service expected from them to those both above and below them. The upper class or the ruling elite have the same basic concept applied to them and have again more rewards, but are expected to ensure that those they rule over are given justice and allowed the means to prosper. The exact ends used are frankly not very important, just so that the fundamentals that underlay it are solid, the rest will work itself out to the general well-being of the whole, and this will tend over time to work to the general advantage of the parts. What is important is what basis the state is founded upon. Liberal states are just occupational forces used by the oligarchy to thumb down the commons. A proper national state is on the other hand the expression of the commons' basic character. Liberal modernity assumes equality, while the organic society is predicated upon the natural and truly unique history and character of each and every people, and thus unlike liberalism we have no dogmatic assertions to make about this or that particular administrative forms or procedures. We do not assume that there is one universal good form of government, as we reject the idea of there being one universal humanity. What is good for ours is good for us and us alone. Be this how it may, in the Western world the county and department system is mixed with a municipality system, which are established by long usage as the base unit of the political system. These should in any functional system ideally be kept as the units of the larger polity, much as the family is treated as the unit of the people, for social and political purposes. The reason for keeping this or that form here and there is to ensure the least amount of sharp break from the past, and to ensure the most amount of familiarity with the new system from the outset. At the left is our basic outline of authority and power. The people are the base of the polity and the source from which all sovereign power rightfully derives. Their well-being is the highest law. The people, through the natural relations that form families and communities, diffuse themselves into what can be called counties or districts, if you will. These are the primary political unit, as this will be the unit that will have purview of the local business, production and economy that is vital to the organic society's functioning. First principles, ideas are the central force in human history, not matter, not modes of production, which are only the material upon and the means by which human ideals will operate in reality. Human need generates a will, which puts labor to work upon raw materials with capital, to produce wealth. Thus men make tools, tools do not men. Tools make money, and both serve men. Men band together by nature. Man is, as Aristotle says, the political animal. It is his nature to form combinations for the purpose of ensuring general survival of the kind. They do not choose to do so. It is not a compact or voluntary, since in real time each and every person is born into a family group and from there becomes a member of other groups, which form up into groups of groups that have internal hierarchies in all European societies. The people are the sovereignty. The people are both a state's foundation and its animating spirit. Their collective worldview is its worldview, and in the end their consent is the permission it has to act. Hence the state's existence is predicated upon the continued support and input of those governed. The people are the polity. They are sovereign and the highest earthly judge of all matters political. God is, however, highest magistrate and ruler over all. The people can in theory assign this to any number of combinations of offices or persons, but they still remain the base of the pyramid, which is society. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness are meaningless rights without a corresponding right to livelihood, hearth and substance to thus ensure life against the vicissitudes of reality. Therefore the ideal is to ensure as general in ownership of land, and or ownership stakes in capital ventures by the masses, which will provide the nation's labor, as may be achieved to ensure the meaningful application of the above rights to human life and not incidentally a more generally diffusion of wealth thereby. Thus in the organic society every other consideration will be subject and secondary to the well-being of the organic whole, which whole will provide the root that feeds the branches in their parts. It is not an either-or issue. The means to this generally good end is law. Law is the will of the nation. Law will be clearly worded, and made to be internally consistent. Law is supreme within its domain, but should be limited to the least amount of domain that will keep general good order and ensure the conditions outlined above, such that the ambitions and avarice of the parts are kept in line with the general good. Generally, less layering equals more justice to the many and less legalism by the few, and the less room that judges have to insert their opinions into the operations of law, the better. We have seen that this is a particular odious form of corruption. No special law is valid, nor shall any unwritten law be enforced. A law not enacted properly has no effect, and is no law at all. Equality before the law means only that no persons get special privileges at law and everyone gets a minimum standard of treatment before magistrates. Nothing else at all. Nor should it ever be taken to mean that any legal being is equal to a living man. Any act contrary to, or unsupported law by any governmental agent or employee is tyranny. All acts without power of law are tyrannical at their inception. Any state official that acts without the positive sanction of law is a tyrant and may be resisted with deadly force by all citizens. Any person that attempts to enforce tyranny by whatever means forfeits his life, there being only one punishment for the attempted overthrow of the law, death. Tyranny is never lawful nor just. All may kill a tyrant. No one is bound to the will of a tyrant. No tyrannical act has the power or sanction of law. Citizens shall simply dispose of criminals, who may be stopped by any citizen with any amount of force needed to protect both his own person and the general common good. No citizen is liable for a crime in stopping criminal acts. The word of 2 citizens in good standing shall be enough to prove the action just. Men make weapons to defend their interest in both their own things and in the general order about them as such. No law outlawing the keeping of private infantry weapons is to have effect. No corporate being is or can be a citizen, and thus no such being has rights. This being cannot vote and cannot be called up to defend the polity, so to give it equality with those that can and will is obscene. Corporations are creations of the state, which is itself a creation of living men, who are created in the image of the living God. Corporate beings have only privileges. Corporations must be loyal to the national interest. It simply makes no sense to allow enemies of the nation to function from within our country with our blessing and support. Voting and taxation, call up, these should be tied together in so much as those that do not pay in, nor risk life and limb, should not have a say in how monies are paid out. This is just. These are the 2 primary duties. All full citizens shall pay at least some nominal tax and risk life to qualify for full citizenship. Any male citizen that refuses his call-up duty will pay double tax and lose his voting franchise. No service, no say. Females will not be subject to call-up, nor shall they vote, but they also will be exempt from legal duty to the state, jury duty, most criminal and civil law, such that their time can be proper dedicated to the home, hearth, and child. Females that are not married to a man will be subject to tax at the rate of males that refuse call-up, and shall be encouraged by other legal restrictions to do their duty to the kind in the home. Liberal modernity will perish at all levels. Duty and right, these in union with justice are the foundation of all good human ordering, and just such ordering is the basis for human society. Rights without duties to keep their exercise within decent bounds bring chaos and anarchy, with all the waste attendant thereupon. But on the other side of the coin, duty without right is merely slavery with flowery terms attached to the matter, a form of serfdom if you will. All rights carry with themselves a duty to exercise them in a manner that is just and morally defensible. Duty is the key to right. Thus no person that rejects duty can act in a manner which is morally defensible and just, and as such the state and its citizens have no reason to act as such toward them. Hence those that reject duty do not have rights that will be respected by the people as valid and having force. Given the above, I propose the following, as regards the people: initiatives, referendums, recalls and plebiscites, need put into place to ensure at all levels of government are the servant and not the master of the people, as defined above, whose will it represents and whose agent it is in fact at all times. We want a government of the people, by the people and for the people, who will be defined as all male adults that pay tax and do call up, in the new order of things. The simple fact is the rot begins at the bottom in our system. Our localities are corrupt, The states even more so, and the Fed is beyond gone. They are corrupt because they know that once the every other yearly show at differences is over, it will be back to the same old backroom deals and shady activities, with no effective means of the voting citizens to check their actions. If the country council or mayor, and all the rest on up, could be simply voted out like they were voted in, and this was fairly easily done, these folks would be far more amenable to public inclination, and far less likely to engage in corrupt and or unpopular practices. Thus the healing would start at the bottom and work its way up. This would also be good in that it would instill the practice of banding together to peacefully debate and otherwise engage in civic activity in the exercise of their sovereignty. Politicians and the administrative class generally need to remember right good and well that they hold office and public trust, and for that matter any station in life, at the leave of free men, who can and will freely take that trust back with impunity, as is their right. Parties, the only thing more openly controlled than a two-party state that does not allow any sort of national or any meaningful state plebiscite on matters of nation, regional in part, is a one-party state, with an openly Leninist system. The unofficial two-party system is in dire need of being dismantled, and any advantage or control over elections and candidates eliminated by means of positive legislation. In their place I would like to see only individuals running on platforms that they will be bound to keep if selected by the people. Voting, if you do not call up and do not pay at least the nominal minimum tax, you will not vote. Voting days and times will henceforth be uniform across all jurisdictions, and all voting days will be a paid holiday so that working citizens have time to exercise their franchise. Really though, there is no reason that voting cannot be done on the fly. We have the network technology to allow people in the Hindu Kush to vote if need be, so all the silly technical arguments against popular direct voting are rubbish, pure and simple. The law, standardized legal procedure and practice across all jurisdictions, common law will be put to bed and stasis day will no longer exist. What was ruled before will be of no consequence now. A codified civil law will be the order of the day. The people and Congress, which Congress will be thoroughly under the control of the people by means of recall and plebiscite, and not judges, will make law. Judges will merely rule on the application of particular laws to particular citizens, and then sentence them to the proscribed punishment. The states, these are anachronisms, and at the very least require their laws and administrative codes normalized by introducing uniform legal codes, procedures, criminal codes, regulations. They should be keep as congressional voting districts and administrative districts, but have no existence beyond this. Their governors will be appointed from the center and there will be no legislatures. All legislation will come from the Congress. The Congress, the House, needs to be expanded to 4 times its current number, and all members need to be voted in proportionately in the House by state voting districts, with any party that can get 15% of any district's electorate eligible. The Senate, 4 senators, with all being elected by direct election by administrative district formerly known as states. This expanded Congress should be the center of the new state and the prima inter pares among governmental bodies, and all laws will be passed by it, subject to veto by the electorate, in the name of the people and Congress. President needs abolished and replaced with a collegiate office subordinate to the Congress. All of the current executive offices will be put at the disposition of Congress and the people, which will alter, abolish or reform them as needed. Courts. The court will be a strictly junior partner in government. They will be subject to recall just like any other public official. The House will nominate them and the Senate will either confirm or reject them, subject to the final approval of the people at large. Central banks. There is no action that these parasitic bodies performs that the body politic cannot perform for itself. If the nation can charter a bank to lend itself money, it can skip the bank and simply lend itself money. If the nation can give a bank power to issue legal tender at interest, thus facilitating bond sales and debt, then the nation can issue legal tender on its own accounts without interest and no inherent debt attached. Thus we move that the Treasury simply issue debt-free notes that function in much the same manner but that are issued without interest and without bonds bearing interest backing them, but that are backed solely by the productive capacity of the nation as a whole. Moreover, I move that the international investors' bond, all of them, be defaulted upon and any properties they may hold within the United States be forfeit to the Treasury to be sold at free open public auction for public profit. I can see no reason to allow foreigners and traitors to keep ill-gotten loot. Army, police, will be under the command of the new Congress. It shall be manned by the citizen body who shall serve in rotating reimbursed 4-month call-ups from 18 to 58 years of age. It shall be composed so that no unit is based near its home nor has a majority of persons from any state or locality. The officers to include upper-ranking NCOs shall be the only professional corps of career soldiers in the state, and shall serve from 16 until 70. Their number shall be limited to 50,000 to be chosen based upon ability alone, and they be provided for at public expense from tax revenue. However, they shall be barred from marriage and all their property will revert to the state upon death. The army shall act as the constabulary force, when and where the armed citizenry cannot keep order, so there will be no more local or state police. And thus ideally one ends up with a system in which the people are the real power and in which they have control over all the various sectors of society which have power over their persons, families, homes, and livelihoods. They have control over their present and thus can preserve their past and work to make their future brighter, lighter and better for all. Appendix C. Questions every person who supports the Organic Society should know. A question and answer to be used as a means to spread the ideas contained herein to those not yet acquainted with the theory. Who, what, when, where, why, how. These are the paramount questions. The votives of the Organic Society must be able to answer who, what, why. Nations matter ? On the fly in a calm and reasonable manner. We must have answers to the questions that present themselves to the task. We must know the questions to ask and the correct answers so that we can know our purpose, our mission, and understand correctly the parameters under which we conduct our persons, family, households, communities, economy, and politics to the best ends of the Organic Society as a whole and thus to our best interests as parts. The questions and answers will serve both the learned and ill-learned. For the learned they shall act as a means to educate the ill-informed and keep their own zeal sharp. For the ill-informed they shall act as a light in the darkness that shall guide them to understanding and a place of learning, such that they too can become a candle lighting flames in the darkness, spreading the message of hope to those that had none. To the question and answer. 1. Family. What is a family? A family is a father, mother and child who share a home, hearth and heritage. Who makes up a family? The father, mother and their children. Where does a family live? In a home. When is a family complete? When it passes on its heritage around its hearth in said home. Why do families exist? To continue the kind. How does a family fit into society as a whole? It is the model upon which the rest is to be judged. The well-being of the family is the measure of the whole as the health of the cells is the measure of the body's health. What are a father, mother, and child? The provider, the preserver, and the potential of the family unit. Home. What is a home? The wall about the family that keeps their hearth and heritage safe inside, such that child can safely keep by the mother and father against nature's ravages. Hearth. What is a hearth? It is the place where the meals are cooked, eaten and the gathering place of the family more generally. Why is this valuable to a family? It ensures that affection holds them together such that petty emotional issues do not divide them against their whole best interests. Heritage. What is heritage? It is the way of the ancestors handed down to you from antiquity and hoary with age. Where does it come? From the actions of families around hearths generation upon generation. What does it do? Provides a basis for understanding who is in and who is out of the family circle. It also provides the basis for the long-term continuation of the values and morals of the family units in society, without which moral continuity there can be no stable social organic order. Why is it important? A family must have a definite wall around it both emotionally and physically, and thus the heritage acts as the house to the family's group mind as it were, ensuring that those out of its embrace are less trusted than those inside. 2. People. What are a people? A people are a group of families who have a commonality of living area and lifestyles, a shared history and a uniting culture. The families are the unit that makes up the people. Thus each people is as unique as the collection of families which make it up, and will have its own character and traits. Who makes up a people? Families acting as parts of functioning organic communities make up the people. Where does a people live? In a community under a common law, and with a common way of life, united by a binding living culture. When is a people complete? When the families that comprise it are strong. Why do peoples exist? To ensure that each among the families will have the greatest possible chance at survival in the world and thus the greatest chance of being of use to themselves, their families, and the people more generally. How does a people relate to the family and society as a whole? The family is the cell, the nation-state. The people erect are the skin and mind. The people are the bones, organs and soul of the whole body politic. What is a commonality? It is the product of many families sharing their heritage and living space over time. What is a history? This is the result of families in a community sharing their experiences and being bound as one by them. What is a culture? The means a people uses to express their values and morals in the context of their community's commonality and history. 1 and 2. Values of the family and people. What values hold the organic people and family together? These values are honesty, frugality, dedication, and respect. What and why? Honesty, frugality, dedication, respect. Honesty because it is only when each and trust each other's word that people can have internal harmony and goodwill. Frugality as a people that is not wasteful will not come to want. Dedication as a people that will not give up shall not know defeat. And respect as without proper due given to one's elders and leaders there is no community at all. 3. Nation. Who makes a nation? A unique people, living on a land with livelihoods. What is a nation? It is the means the people use to defend their internal well-being such that each is able to provide for his family home such that the whole people can be strong. Why does this people establish the nation? The people establish a nation to gather to themselves the fruits of acting toward the common good and to ensure the commons works toward their interest in a reciprocal manner. When is a nation inside its proper sphere? When it tends to the whole while not doing harm to the parts. When it functions to ensure each his just place to live, each their price for their labors, and to each their just due of the life and livelihoods of the whole people in proportion to their merit. Where does a nation exist? In the hearts and minds of the people, communities and families that give the nation animation by the care for it they hold in their hearts. What is land, livelihood, and life and why do they matter to who, for what, when and where? A land is the material base upon which a people live, the entirety of the resources available to them from which to produce the things needed for life. A livelihood is the means each uses to produce those things needed for life such that their labor will honestly contribute to the whole and make their own family strong at the same time. And life is the chain that binds the past, the present and the future into one timeless now that gives to us a sense of our place in the tapestry of creation. 4. State. Who forms a state? A people acting both inside and outside their circle which the state acts to hold intact. What is the purpose? To act as the head to the popular national body. To ensure law, order and justice inside the organic whole and to ensure no wrong comes from without. Upon what basis is this authority grounded? Upon the patriarchal authority of each man over his own home and family. Is there any other sound foundation for the state? No. When will the state best do its function in the organic society? When it is founded upon the will of the men as one sovereign, when the best of the men are promoted based on merit and when all have a minimal say in war, peace, tax and all the grand affairs of state that affect each and every household and community in the state's national domain. What are law, order and justice? Why do they matter? To whom, for what, when, and where? These are the benefits the state brings to the national popular whole, and they matter to all, old, young, mother, father and child. They provide for safe homes, hearths and heritage, and ensure that commonality, history and culture are kept at the center of the people's civic world. They are a blanket that gives to the land and those in it the ability to conduct lawful business in freedom and with assurance of just and fair dealings upon regular rules known to all. How does the state communicate its will to the governed? By means of law, which are the rules under which all must conduct their deals, private and public. What does the application of law to the public and the adception of it into the hearts privately do for the popular nation? Provide order so that life, livelihoods, and land might be best enjoyed and most advantageously pursued by all. What would one call this status of the state providing lawful order? Justice. Such a state will ensure each his just place, home, just price, livelihoods, and just due, law, as a moral duty that lays about mere desire to escape punishment. If the state must choose between profits and justice, which is primary, justice is no amount of profits will buy one back honor and honesty sold for ambition. Justice ensures each has what is due to him, and without this the trust in each other needed to have an organic society dies. 5. National state. What is the national state? Who makes up its foundation? The people acting as earthly sovereign. They do so in one way or another, which varies from each people to the next, such that their collective history and culture might be passed on whole and complete, and also that they might conduct their lives in peace and good order as best they are able and inclined. 6. National state virtues. What values hold the organic nation and state together as one and ensure they remain one with the people? These are loyalty, duty, courage, and honor. What and why? Loyalty, duty, courage, honor. Loyalty ensures that each man, woman and child will do their duty to their home, community, and the nation-state as best they are able and to the level required of their station. Duty as the sense that one is required to serve a greater good than mere self, and that this good is the family, the people and the national state. Courage is required such that each might face the particular challenges they are assigned with a cool mind and a calm heart. And honor ensures that each has a sense of their place and rank in the greater family of families that is the national state. 7. Popular national state. Who, what, where, when, why, how. The popular national state is simple, the families, acting as a people, who have erected the proper nation and state to fit their character and needs, singularly and as a whole. It can be seen as the fully autonomous whole as viewed from the outside. Much as the family are the whole to the national state, who make up the people who then form the national state, which taken as a whole gives us yet again the popular national state, which again is the whole to the parts. The universe in which the people, family and individual operate in nature, and the whole lens by which they see the events of things. 8. Other questions that have no logical place in the above hierarchy of units in the social, economic, political order. Who shall lead? Leadership is an extension of the father's authority over his home. Therefore of those fathers, those that are able shall be promoted based upon the basis of service is the greatest duty, with merit and skill being the determining factors, generally. Why would they want to lead? Because leadership is a duty to the people as a whole, their family as a part, and to themselves as a unity. Those that have the ability have the duty to loyalty, and with courage perform service to the whole folk. This includes leadership as much as labor or keeping a home. Those that do this duty well shall be accorded honors and given responsibility to act as the father acts for his home and family. Leadership is exactly this, a responsibility and not an opportunity. When and where shall leaders be chosen? How? When they are needed, at the place chosen by the adult tax-paying men of military age, and by what means these men shall fix by law. Why are tax, fatherhood, and call-up required for the men to have a vote? Because if those that vote are not those that pay, fight and will miss time with their beloved, then those that vote will become reckless with the treasure, blood, and affairs of those that give all to defend the whole. Those rooted in the community with a stake in the outcome must be those that have final say. With this, a person now has a reasonable set of answers to many of the typical questions which will be asked and to what we consider the core ideas of the theory of the organic society and its practical operations as envisioned by us. The core idea is that the common good of each family, community and thus the whole nation must come before any selfish gain, benefit or other consideration. The end of liberalism is the beginning of the organic society, the organic theory of society.